No, I didn't get an email about today's meeting from
Muted, so make sure your microphones are on. And we're ready. I don't know if I should do it for each meeting. I would guess.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the council to order. Let's start with a pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Since this is the budget hearings, we will start with the
Presentations.
budget presentations. We will start with Superior Court.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I should be pretty quick. Leanne's with me. We have a probation request as well. I don't believe I changed anything in any of my proposed budgets, which I know you're glad to hear that. After I submitted them though, we have an annual grant that we get from DOC to fund our drug court coordinator salary, as well as our sixth probation officer. Yes. One of our probation officers who, at the same time that we established drug court in 2017, there was that DOC grant where they were getting rid of prisons and they wanted you to, treat at the local level. And so they were handing out money. And that's when we asked for the additional probation officer at that time because we had high caseloads. And this probation officer handles the high risk, high needs, like sex offenders and violent offenders, someone that needs more attention. You go out to their home more often and have them come in more often, that type of thing, keep tabs on them. So that's part of our application every year, as well as the drug court coordinator. And before we were getting about $65,000 every year. So after I submitted the budget request, we both received our award letter. That was I believe in July, and instead of our $65,000 that we usually receive, drug court received $56,181, and our probation department for that probation officer received $51,660. And Leanne will talk about the shortfall for the probation officer, but for drug court, Kathy, did you rework that number then?
Thought I did, but I don't have
That's
it
all
back
right.
here.
So we had, when we submitted the grant application, we had calculated it that with fringe and all the extra insurance, everything, we needed $79,111.64 to cover the drug court coordinator salary. And the drug court user fees cover all the other expenses. So we've never asked the county to help fund drug court. We've never had to. But this is the first year. So DOC warned us all because they are now, I guess, rebuilding prisons. And they are reducing that grant for everybody. It was across the board because Community Corrections relies on that grant. Steuben County, Northeast Indiana Community Corrections got hit hard. We all did. So I had calculated the difference as $22,930.64. Kathy, I think, had calculated it about $5,000 less. So hopefully that is the case. But on the high side, what I had calculated was $22,930.64. And my request, since this is one of those uses that would easily fit within the restricted use of those opioid settlement funds, my request was that we could use some of that money at least to cover for 2026. It's the only employee I have for drug court. So if I don't get this money, I'll just have to shut it down. There's just no question about it. It's a lot of work to keep it running on the shoestring that it is running on. And I've done that for 9 years. We were certified in 2017. We started out with 5 participants. As of December 31st, 2024, we've had 78 participants. Our graduation and retention rate hovers between 68 to 72%, which is well above the national average. And it's meant for addressing high needs, high risk substance addicted individuals in the criminal justice system. I think we've done a really good job. We have a number of success stories. We're at the point now where, you know, some of our original graduates, they're still clean and sober. And that says a lot, like, you know, 8 years later. So we're very proud of the program. A lot of work goes into it. I just leave it in your hands. I don't know what else to do at this point. But that's the only request I had today. Otherwise, my budget is the same as last year. And Leanne's going to address the probation officer need.
Good morning. I'll try to keep this brief, but just to give you a few numbers, right now we have 186 felony case supervisions, 156 misdemeanor, 19 juvenile. That gives us 363 active probation cases that we're supervising. We have 126 warrants out there on probationers we're looking for, and 243 pending probation cases, which those people are either in the Department of Corrections, another prison, another jail, another state, but they are eventually coming to us. So 243 of those. We're one of the smallest probation departments in the area. With the grant, we've been able to do the intensive high-risk caseload, including case plans. We've started a sanctions committee. We do exit and entrance surveys. We're doing home visits. That caseload's only supposed to be about 30 people. I have 44 on that caseload. I've been here for 28 years. I don't come here very often and ask for anything. We have not had a new probation officer or administrative assistant position in 21 years. The jail has grown. The sheriff's department's grown. Topeka, Wookidville, Shipshewana. There's so many more officers. The courts have grown. We have not. I've done that with the grant since 2017 to get that extra officer, and now I'm short. Because we have to go by the salary schedule, and he does have his master's degree, I'm short $31,410.33. Feel for the safety of the community and the job that we're able to do with that extra officer. I feel that it's really important that we have it. Luckily, we have drug court because drug court has taken quite a few of our probation violations that even on our high risk caseload, we couldn't turn around, that are doing very well and have done very well on drug court. So I think the two positions kind of go hand in hand, but I just asked that we could fund the additional 31,000. We're receiving 51,660. Which the 31,000 would cover everything, health insurance, all of the benefits that pushes us up over that. Every year we have wrote our grant and asked for more money. Every year they've said no. It's not just LaGrange County. It's basically every probation department with this DOC grant and drug court program. They just haven't budged on it, and now they've cut it down. So, any questions?
So the budget's pretty much the same, but we're seeing a shortfall in both the drug court officer and the probation officer of roughly 54,000 total. Kathy, that could come out of the opioid funds.
The
How
opioid
is that?
restricted, yes, the first one could, the 22.9. The other one, I'm not sure that'd be qualifying, but you also do have opioid unrestricted that you could use. Previously, we funded any shortfalls, like the last pay or two, sometimes would hit the max of the grant. We would just put that over into county general. So we could either fund it county general or possibly use the opioid unrestricted funds.
How much of those opioid funds either side have been used?
Nothing's been used. The health department asked for a grant, matching grant of 150 of the restricted. They don't have the grant yet that I've heard, but you have mentioned that, that's it so far that's been approved.
I guess personally, especially for the drug court officer, I would see that as a good place to get those funding from if we so choose. Is there any other questions, thoughts? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, Sherry Perkins.
This is
you.
not for Council on Aging. It's for the Range County Mental Health and Substance Abuse Cooperation.
Oh, I understand. So nice, I am.
And Christina Blasky is doing a suicide and overdose awareness event at Prairie Heights, and it's September 24th. And they are looking for an event sponsor, which is $1,000. And since I'm part of that group, I said I would come here and ask. It's at Prairie Heights because Prairie Heights had a student that had committed suicide. And we asked about using the, it's non-restricted, right? The opiate.
There's opioid restricted funds, there's opioid unrestricted
But this
funds.
is
You originally
unrestricted.
asked unrestricted
Okay.
to me.
Yes, to come out of that. So it's just $1,000 to sponsor the event. And I already presented it to the commissioners and they sent me to you.
Did they send you to us with a positive recommendation or just sent you to us?
Well,
They didn't approve it subject to you guys. They said, come ask you guys first, and then she has to go back and get approval
because
from them.
nothing had been published or anything. I just was doing my Council on Aging stuff and threw this at them as well.
Okay.
Hey, do it all at once, right?
This is one of our county schools, local schools. It's definitely an issue we need to be aware of. I would favor it from a county standpoint to support these efforts.
Has
Any
this been
thoughts?
advertised?
I was just gonna say, we have advertised it. It will come up in your additional appropriations later if you want, or you can approve those now if you bring that up now if you want, But
Out
if-
of the unrestricted fund,
out of the unrestricted.
what's the balance in that?
Opioid unrestricted currently has 88,005.
And I only need 1,000.
Okay.
Not me personally.
This doesn't just affect Prairie Heights. Affects LaGrange County in a whole, all three schools. So I think it's an easy $1,000 to spend. So I make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the $1,000 for the suicide overdose awareness event. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And make sure, because Tracy was at the one, was it last year? What was Westview? And there wasn't a big turnout. So if you know someone, please share it. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is LaGrange County ARC, Deb Siemens budget presentation.
22.
It's gonna be on page 1. Thank you. Page 1. 2/3 of the way down.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to come and share our budget needs with you this morning. First and foremost, we want to thank you for your ongoing support of our agency and the individuals we serve and their families. I would be remiss if I didn't thank you also for your generous funding last year to purchase the 2 new vehicles. They have been a godsend for the organization to be able to get people about in our community, and we couldn't have done that without you. And so just want to say thank you for that. As you're aware, the ARC is a 501c3 not-for-profit organization that works on behalf of individuals with developmental disabilities from the cradle to the grave. Betty turns 90 today, and so we're having a big party to celebrate. She said maybe one more year she's going to retire, but right now she's still hanging in with us and comes 3 days a week and just is a delight. The funds that that as we request from the county are extremely important as part of our match for our funding from the Family and Social Service Department, as well as the Division of Rehabilitative Services. They'd like to see us raise 50% of our money on the local level, but they know that's very unrealistic when our budget's $6.9 million. And right now we're at like 17% of our budget is being raised on the local level. However, the state of Indiana recognizes that in order to have strong communities, we have to have strong services for both individuals with disabilities as well as people with mental illness. And so to that end, they've passed the statute that puts our funding outside of the levy. So anything that you do for us doesn't impact anybody else inside of the budget. And a cut to us would not help anyone else inside the budget, but would be very devastating to us. One of the biggest challenges we're facing right now is all of the uncertainties at both the state and federal level, especially with Medicaid funding. As you can see on our budget, that's a large percentage of our funding comes from Medicaid. And the state is very concerned. I was at a state financial meeting last week, where they did a quarterly review and looked at where we're at. The top line level, they know that nearly $1 trillion is going to get cut out of Medicaid nationwide. And so 20% of the federal budget for Medicaid is being cut. So you can see that why that's going to cause concerns, not knowing where that's going to come down as it comes to the state level. But we do know that fewer dollars are coming to the state and that we're going to be forced to make some real big structural decisions on how that's going to be handled. So we're monitoring that very closely. Along with so many others, the staffing crisis continues to be a huge challenge. But unlike so many others, we can't raise prices. We can't close our doors. We have to be there 24/7 for the individuals we're supporting. Overtime is something that kills you, as you all know, and so we're doing our best to improve that and cut that as much as we can. Another big challenge and blessing for us has been both the alternative lifestyles and the thrift store, which is why we have the interest rate on our budget because of those 2 loans. The thrift store is doing well, and we're hoping to pay that down and off and then roll that and start paying more on the other loan and get those off of our books. The HCBS settings rule is another really big challenge that is pushing us. They want everybody in the community. And what we found is people don't want a service. They want a life, and they want to live a life like yours and mine. And they really enjoy being employed. We are very appreciative to the Council on Aging. Sherry's hired one of our individuals. He absolutely loves working there. You see him in Council on Aging apparel all the time. I told him, I said, we got to get you some ARC apparel. But he loves wearing his Council on Aging, loves his job there. She does a lot with our senior program. We're usually, going there for that. She's allowed our summer camp, the kids, to have a car wash there and just be very involved with them. And so that's been tremendous. We're doing a lot of new things with our pre-ets. We have a program with the schools that we're doing a pre-employment transition service so that we can get the kids ready to leave school and go into the workforce and not need the segregated services. We're also doing Project Search in Shipshewana. That's been a tremendous blessing. We started out small with 2 kids. Those kids are absolutely flying and loving it, and we're seeing them grow in amazing ways. But the other thing that's equally important, we're seeing the staff there embrace them. And one of the gentlemen that's there has a rough background and parents that his dad's disabled too and doesn't always know how to help best guide and lead his son. And that staff have just embraced him, and they have made him a part of their family, and they're helping him to learn what he needs to do to be able to be a successful employee when he graduates from this program. And we are super, super excited about what's happening there and the positive impact that it's having on those 2 young people. And hopefully it's equally rewarding on the other end. We're in the last year of our AWS grant. So this is our final wrap up with that. Things have gone well there as we've transitioned into more person-centered supports. So that's all good. We had the summer camp this year for the kids. That went really well. So we opened our greenhouse out at the Goldenrod property this spring. And that was a very successful venture for us, as well as we're trying to find more and more ways that we can be self-sustaining and not have to rely on others as much. We've got a couple fundraisers coming up in November. We'll be doing a Ben's Hot Pockets and Fried Pie drive. So you may see us knocking on your door or at locations where you can come and pick those up if you're so inclined. Then we're also going to do our haystack breakfast supper in March. So those are 2 things on our horizon coming up. Our budget this year from the county shows an increase of $9,270 over last year. Those additional funds will be a tremendous help in helping us provide much needed services here in the county. It is a 5% increase, but it reflects 3% of our total budgeted revenue, which is provided that you can see your way to meet that. We're still projecting a deficit of $367,242. So quite large, but we'll do like everybody else and cut where we can to make ends meet. The commissioners rather had asked on our salary line how many staff that encompasses. That's 128 for that amount on our budget. So just so that you guys know. So I think, you guys all know that your support's extremely critical to us. An investment in the ARC is an investment in this community and the people that we're supporting. All of the money that you give to us gets spent back in this local community at local businesses. So, but more importantly, you're investing in the lives of individuals. And so on their behalf, I want to say thank you. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't invite you to lunch. The mothers would love to have you, and we hope that you'll be able to find time in your calendar to join us. So be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, next on the agenda, I have the Parks and Recreation.
Good morning.
Morning.
Page 26. So we have 4 different funds up for approval. 1179 is our non-reverting fund. I kept most of the lines all the same. Excuse me. Some of them went up a little, some went down. The only major change is I added a line for $50,000 for a playground at Dallas Lake Park. But because some lines are not in there, the total is actually $19,000 less than this year's budget. And then 1219 is our regular operating budget. The park board did request a 3% raise for employees, which made the total budget go up by about 20,000. All the non-personnel, excuse me, the non-personnel amounts actually went down by $56,000, not 56,000. My total is only 171,000 for non-personnel, so I couldn't cut it by 50,000. So yeah, the rest, the non-personnel went down by $56, so I kept that as much the same as this year as I could. And then our other 2, day camp is 4906. It pretty much, it went down a little bit. And our gift fund, the 4908, I just included some in there to cover any memorial benches that we get.
Mary, I know you had grants this year for the swimming and things like that. Is that something you're pursuing again for 2026? Or is the opportunity?
Yes, we will. If that's still around, we
It's there.
will apply for grants for our swim lessons. Was very successful this year. It was packed full, so.
It was great for the community to have that offered. So yeah, that the opportunity is available. I'm sure that the community would appreciate you getting that again.
Any other questions?
I guess we're good. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, I have the commissioners.
Page 1. No, it's, we put it in here. I'm sure we put it in there.
Excuse me, folks. You're excused.
Oh, it was all utilities. I have them in there. I thought I did. Sorry.
Good morning, members of the council. I'm going to point out some highlights here this morning. Have any questions? Go ahead.
It's listed under the part-time, 4th line down. It just says part-time position.
I see that, okay. 16,000.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
That helps a lot. Well, I'll start with the part-time then. First page, 16,733. This is part of the compost site we're working on establishing. Hopefully this week, everything goes right, we'll have an announcement to make when we'll open it. The compost site is basically ready. I just talked to Aaron. NIPSCO's having some problems out there, I understand, with electrical, trying to figure that out. But it is basically ready. We have a few things to get in. We're working on it. And Aaron has done a tremendous job, I need to mention. Okay, health insurance has gone up. It's up to 1.5 this year from 1.3 last year. Medicare, of course, is up. Big surprise. Insurance for the buildings, 680,000. It's gone up 30,000 from last year. Those are actual figures. We had some reductions. ARC Animal Rescue, 110,000. That's down 25,000 from last year. Utilities for the compost, 4,500. That's kind of a guess.
I'll lie about it. I have a couple others here. We'll find it. Ambulance service agreement, 475,000. That comes from Parkview. That is the same as last year. We'll keep our eyes on it. Last I knew, Kathy had any billed us for it.
Sorry.
Have they billed us for that yet?
No.
Nope. Sounds good to us. The only other two I want to point out, Council on Aging, 4-H Fair Association, we've reduced that 25,000 each. So they get 40,000 this year. Any questions from anybody? On anything? Nothing? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, next up, I have Circuit Court.
He was here.
He was, I was gonna say, I thought he walked in.
Bill was here. Page 45.
Oh, by the way, Kathy, I like
He's
your
not
little
here.
notes.
We'll move up to the sheriff.
Page 49.
Good morning.
Good
Morning.
morning, sir.
Yeah, just a couple things for y'all before I start on my budget. We had, the first one I had 2 weeks ago when we had the high heat humidity. Our air handler outside lost 2 fans. And I had to get WSM to make that purchase. It ended up being $8,568.65. So I'm just asking for your blessing that we get that done. So I had to have air in the building. Now it's through WSM.
You're paying for that out of commissary.
Yes.
Hasn't been advertised yet.
We don't advertise for commissary.
Not for,
You
yeah.
guys have control over the commissary budgets.
But a couple of meetings ago, we set it at the 5,000 for purchases. But since this was over the 5, I just want to bring it to your attention that, but it was our air handler. So we had to get some air in the building. It was still running, but it was running about a third less. So
Since he has procedures on 5,000, he's allowed to purchase without your approval. Since this is over it, you should do a motion.
I would move to approve.
Second.
Payment.
It's been moved and approved moved and seconded to approve the payment for the air handling system. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Taken care of. Thank you.
Sick in there, didn't I?
okay, and then the second one that wasn't for the budget was a couple meetings ago. We talked about the for our pension. I got with One America. We got the approval. Mayor Board approved it for employee at 32 years of service, 55 years of age. They would be able to do the in-service retirement. So I have that form. Myself and Merit Board has signed that. So I'm just requesting a signature from President Young if we can move forward on that.
Motion to approve. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the retirement scenario. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then with that signature, I'll forward that back to Mr. Langhammer from One America, and we'll get that taken care of. So I appreciate your work on that. I'm sure Sergeant Hibbs will appreciate it too. So,
Oh, his wife will.
yeah. Okay. And then had a couple things for a couple different line items. We have a training that we're going to be sending our detectives to and chief deputy. It's the CVSA, which are voice stress that we use for our hiring process and also investigations. Just requesting to move some funds from our canteen fund, which was a 4005, to our training to the 003, so I can get that purchased. And it's a little over, I think it was it 12,000? I gave you that copy, Kathy. But the training's included in that. I can cover that. But then the purchase of the new laptop is $8,995. So I'm just requesting permission to move forward with that.
That should be in your transfer list that you're going to approve later. Let me just verify it's on there.
We'll approve that later. On one lump sum.
For transfers, okay. And the last thing I have, we had after our budget was turned in, we added a line that for John Gilmore, my dispatcher, he was a assistant IDAX coordinator, and we're moving into training dispatcher. So there's no funds aren't changing. It'll just be paid out of another line. So, Kathy, do they need
That's
to?
a salary ordinance amendment that you're going to have a little bit later.
Okay, so that'll be in there too.
Yeah,
They did.
we did do that last time. Okay.
So we're good on that one.
Actually, Kathy, I'm looking here at our transfers.
I am too.
And the only thing we have for the sheriff, and I knew I'd seen something, was decrease extra hours, $59,861.51.80, and increase holiday pay that amount. So,
I'll make sure it's on there before you comes up in the afternoon.
okay, very good. So take care of your sheriff.
All right, thank you for that. Then as far as moving into my budget, it's gonna be similar to that of last year, requesting to purchase 4 Durangos. We haven't got the exact amount, but it's gonna be, when I give you my cover letter, it's gonna be similar to that of last year. It's gone up a little bit, I'm sure, but only requesting 4 of those for this year for 26. And then across the board for all employees would be at a 3%. The one large item I have, which we got to change in the policy handbook, was for our overtime, which has been killing my budget. Since that was changed. Excuse me. Next year, originally I was requesting, it was going to be around 448,000. I would feel comfortable if we would drop that down 145,000. So we can take that off the top of the budget. That would still keep me around 300 with, some of the spots we still have open. We have employees that are still working overtime. So I think for next year, if we take it down, like I said, drop 145 off that, keep me around 3. And then maybe the following year, we could even lower it more. So that was probably one of the largest ones that we had as far as on my budget, and it would be out of the general.
Okay.
And we're shifting some of that to holiday pay since we're back to having that holiday line.
Correct.
So it was spread between the holiday pay and the overtime line.
Okay, that was going to be my question, because it looks like it's all in extra hours and overtime. So we're going to split that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just within 2 years, it's really went up a lot, but we appreciate getting that switch back. Everybody still be getting paid their holiday and overtime, but it won't be chopping down the budget like it was before. Then I had a couple of my maintenance contracts. One went up 5%. I think the other one up like a 4%. So they didn't go up a lot, but those will reflect on the budget as well. And then if there's any of those lines, I know we got a lot of them, but if there's any of them there that stand out, if you have any questions on it, I'd be happy to answer them.
You have a rather large decrease in corporal. Is that put somewhere else? or
Of what?
Corporal, in the 18001 account?
There's probably still an empty position there.
Okay,
So that's not being paid out of there.
okay. I just wondered why the large decrease if it was in another account line.
And we just added one in the jail. So then that will start coming out of there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
Fully
questions?
staffed yet?
No. So about 4 spots in the jail, and then 2 on the road, and then 2 in dispatch.
Want to play, Mike?
No.
I'll feed you good in the back.
Pardon?
I'll feed you good in the back.
That's okay.
All right.
And again, any other questions or concerns or any other lines that you need to discuss, like I said, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you guys' time today.
Okay, next up is emergency management.
Page 66.
Morning.
Morning.
This year's budget, pretty much the same. The only increase I had is salary, which going back into last year's budget, it's all over 2 years. So that's where that increase comes from. This will be the second year of that. With that said, I mean, should have a spreadsheet as well, comparing to other counties and things like that. So that'll put us a little closer, still doing it one person instead of multiple. We're about the only one still left with only one person in the department in the area. And I just received notice in the last couple of weeks that the grant for my salary is still a go for next year. So that'll bring us up to $30,000 back on that salary amount. But other than that, I left everything number-wise the same. The only thing I split was advertising and promotional. That was just a request. I just split that into 2 different lines. Same amount, just 2 different lines. Any questions on that one? For the LEPC, again, these are state funded. Doesn't come out of general, but the 1152 fund raised hazardous material supplies there. Just for the simple fact of working with the fire department, that's one of the things the LEPC has been able to do recently is supply some of those things. Since we do not have a hazmat team, I carry a lot of those supplies, and then we give those to the fire department to kind of keep their costs down a little bit if we can, as that emergencies happen, you know, booms and different things like that that they use to try to help out there. But that was the only thing there. And then my other fund is a donation fund. That's the same amount. But those are my 3.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question on something else? You had requested some money in the CUME-CAP fund just for the safety concerns and things you'd seen that you were requesting
So
money
we
to.
do, yeah,
fund
we
that?
do 2 different things there. We do one for the safety committee. We do a $10,000 for the safety committee. And that's something large project, like we just paid for the gutters out at the health department out of that fund.
Okay,
Looking at different things. The other one is a EMA fund. That's a just in case type money that we leave there. That way, you know, $10,000, sometimes it gets pieces of equipment. Last year it bought a response trailer
yep, I saw
that
that.
we've been able to outfit, things like that.
Okay, you were just talking about you were noticing some concerns and you were asking for the money to take care of those. I wondered if you
Yeah,
had,
it's just the concern, the general concerns
Just
that
in
pop
case.
up. Things that, you know,
Got it.
last year we learned we needed that trailer through our exercises,
Okay.
things like that we learned.
I just wondered if you had a list and how much of this would chip away at it for you, but you,
I don't have anything particular yet.
things come up.
Yes, very
Thank
much
you for
so.
answering that.
Anything else?
Doing a good job, Bill. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I have to have it. I have a copy of everything they prove in a meeting. You'll get a copy. I will get it to you. I'll take my papers.
Patience, I guess.
All right, next up is the clerk. Is Kim here?
It's him.
It
I
has-
know.
she might not be here.
Was it?
The judge.
I didn't teach him that
Oh,
part.
Judge. Okay,
There you
you're
go.
up. Yes, yes.
Clerk, I'm not sure if you guys moved this far ahead. I should send you a message.
Page 45. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Going backwards.
The general matter in regards to the budget, with the exception of the salary request increases, it's essentially the same. There are a couple of small reductions. There's a slight increase in CASA of about $2,000 from last year. But in the juvenile, it's in a separate fund, but the juvenile probation drug testing, I think, is reduced by a couple thousand, I believe, or at least 1,000, because we didn't use it the last couple of years. That's at it. As soon as we do this, then all of a sudden we'll have a rash of juveniles that need to be tested, but hopefully not. I see Councilman Campos, JDAI coordinator, shaking his head. So noting that, I guess I'll just jump straight to the issues of the salaries and making the same pitch. And I understand that, you know, we've been advised not to ask for much, but making the same pitch as last year based upon the increased salaries in surrounding counties. Specifically, the pitch was based upon the Allen County grid, and that's where the numbers came from. But since then, also I've got some other numbers. Whitley County is currently at 55 for their report, their chief reporter. And I know they're asking for an increase. So which is not that far out of line with the chief reporter request here for 58. So it's 58, 56, 56 in our office, which is substantially higher. Some of the reasons for that, obviously, we're competing with these other counties. I know Noble is going to request a 3% increase on theirs. They're at 50. So just to give you an idea, I know that's what they're going to request. We'll see what happens. DeKalb's at 50 for their chief, and they're requesting increases, and 47 for the second reporters. We have been designated a legal desert. I don't know if Judge Bowen's even talked about that at all recently, that we are, us along with Noble County and Whitley County, we're amongst a number of rural counties that are designated rural legal deserts, meaning less than one lawyer per thousand people, which some people, I'll start with the joke, may say that's a good start, but the reality is we got the criminal justice system and it flows all the way through, and we need the lawyers, we need deputy prosecutors, we need public defenders, we need folks working in the system as well. And I think it's not just a lawyer issue. I think it flows down where the reporters, paralegals, probation, we have the same issue getting people for those positions, and we're competing with these other counties for those positions. And I know of at least there's one reporter here and then two prior reporters that work within the system that could work for Allen County. So obviously if a job opens up, they could theoretically apply for it and qualify for that. So we have a direct competition with them for these positions. My one reporter, with her permission, has said I can talk about her situation where basically she'd need to make $11,000 more as she's going to get her children on Medicaid, which she's a county employee who's single with two kids by no fault of her own, who's currently her kids are on Medicaid. She would need to make $11,000 more to make up the difference for out of pocket and premium costs she has to continue to be an employee here. So that's want to make sure everyone's aware of that. That's part of the reason I'm making this pitch. And this would get her, if we went to those numbers, would get her slightly over that and a little bit of a cushion. So that's my emotional appeal to you all. I understand that things are tight. The state employees aren't getting an increase, and I understand that, and I'm not. So I understand that as well. But it's every county's different, every position's different. We've done all these studies on the different positions and the requirements and how things should be paid differently. And so I guess I'm asking that I don't think we should necessarily look at every department, every position and just do a blanket increase or non-increase based upon the current county budget. I think we should be looking at some positions, eliminating some positions if necessary, and increasing pay for others, maybe over the 3% that some other departments are requesting. And I'm not, I guess I'll go right into it too. There's the public defender's office, which is great, and I'm glad they're here. I think there's a need for it. They have two positions, one of which is paid more than the reporters, and the employee who's there, and now I'm going to say things without permission, she's a former reporter. So she left, came back, made more money, leapfrogged other reporters that currently still work within the system. And no disrespect to her, I'm not saying that her job's easier, it's different, but I think it's that she should be making what she's making, and that the reporter should be making certainly a little bit more. Any questions for me?
I know last year when I sat in the audience through the budget presentations, one of the questions in my mind when everybody talked about this county's higher, this county's lower, are we comparing apples to apples? That's what I wanted. Was just curious, are we comparing a 40-hour week to a 35-hour week? Do you know what some of those other counties
Most
are?
of them are comparable. That's a good question, whether Allen's a 40 or if it's a 35.
That makes a
30.
difference.
That's a great question. That is, and I don't off the top of my head, I know and I had those numbers, but there's no significant deviation. It's not where Noble, and I worked in Noble, but I was a salaried employee, and I worked in Allen for a short period of time as well. So I don't recall whether the reporters were on a. They do have a significant budget, however, for overtime as well. I know as well. So as for, you're right, that's a fair question, and that's always the issue. I tend to look at things maybe through my my sphere of an annual salary, and I should maybe be looking more at hourly, but I know we do this, and it's a fair point also that there's talk about changing the number of hours the employees work to potentially get more. And that's part of the, I don't know if you know, the hybrid situation we have a little bit in circuit where some of the reporters, they're all working the same number of hours. Some come in at 7:30 and leave at 4:30 and take a 45-minute lunch and end up getting all their hours in 4 days on some weeks. So which actually they work the same number of hours. And the advantage to that also is if we go past 4 o'clock for court, then they don't start bumping into overtime. So, and also sometimes there's an advantage having folks here half hour before the phone starts ringing, so they can get work done. So I appreciate the commissioner's flexibility on that and your understanding on that. I think it's worked out pretty well. I've got one reporter that generally works 5 days a week every week, so it's working at the standard hours. But I appreciate the question. Any other questions for me? I know I'm asking a lot once again. However, I'm asking exactly the same thing I asked last year. I'm not coming in saying 10% versus last year. So, in regards to the budget, once again, I do have some space with the books. And I've tried since I've been here, but it's been very difficult, especially starting in COVID, to try to get someone to come to talk with us about the books. And we're paying, I think we're somewhere over 20, I think 21 now at this point. If we look at the increases, and they periodically just drop an increase on us, then we try to look for some way to make up for the shortfall at the end of the year for books. But whether or not it makes sense to continue to update the annotated code that we have. And there's not that much use. I'm not going to deny it. I do use it. I know the situation. As soon as we cancel it, then all of a sudden we'll need it. But the reality is we've got these books that there's been an investment in, and we continue to maintain the annotations and the updates and new books. But I think we could probably, and that's what I've been trying to get someone to come and talk with us about it before I say, hey, we want to cancel this and then lose something that might be a good value. But we're in contact with someone. They also then contact the folks with the books. They're supposed to come. I know when Judge Van Beck was here, they come every year and just talk with you, but getting someone to come in person or even have a Zoom meeting on the books has been very, very difficult. And so, but I think we could probably shed $15,000 of static expense from there to help offset the increase. So just, that's another thing. I know there's been talk about trying to, and there might be some other places we could cut some of our expenses to try to make up the difference for those salary increases, if you all would consider it.
Question about CASA, because again,
Sure.
when I sat there
Absolutely.
last year, I know that
Absolutely.
there was a large increase you were requesting, and I see that they did approve that.
Gotcha. That was last year, but yes. that's
So
true.
is that the only large jump? Now it's just going to be a
I'm hoping
slight
just do
increase?
incremental. And as you weren't here last year, and we went for about a decade paying
Minimal, I see.
minimal amount versus the other counties. And so I thought we need to get back up. And I think the other counties we're on par with the other counties. We might be slightly higher actually than some of them, but I'm hoping we can maintain and just make incremental increases. We are required by statute to have either a CASA or a guarded item. Some counties do both. DeKalb County uses both for every Chin's case. So if we don't use CASA, we're going to have to make up the difference somehow. God forbid we pay a lawyer an hourly rate to be there. And so that's the alternative. I appreciate, and I think they do a great job. Director Bachman's back. Christy Bachman is back heading CASA. And it's also, they're working very hard to try to raise money and doing a better job, I think, of getting money outside. So maybe we can look at being off to talk with her. We'll see what their needs are, but maybe going forward, depending on how long she's here, she's an excellent fundraiser and can maybe help with us. And I think that's part of the reason they were able to function without the funding, as much funding for a period of time, because she was so good at having fundraisers and getting money for them. But ultimately, we're required to have a CASA, and I think that overall it's a good deal for us to support them and have the Court Appointed Special Advocates through Northeast Indiana Community Court Appointed Special Advocates be our CASAs as opposed to hiring a lawyer. Or there have been some counties that had contract CASAs. I know Allen did for a period of time, but I don't think it was less than what we're paying. So
I'm sure they appreciate us pulling our weight and paying our fair share. I just wondered if there was another large increase that you're aware of, but not at this time, right?
What'd you say?
I said I wondered if there was another large increase that you were aware of,
No,
but it doesn't sound like it
not
at
at all.
this
Just
time.
the salary. That's the only.
Okay.
There's that 2,000 there for CASA, and otherwise, I think net wise probably decreasing. And I have the books in there to try to fund it because once again I didn't want to try to move to cut it without at least talking with someone there. I think there's some value. And also it's a circuit's been maintaining those annotated code in the Indiana cases, in the Northeast Second reporting cases for 100 years. And before I just say, cut it off, I know that with Mr. Weibel in here, there's some lawyers that do come and use it still. I appreciate it. We don't want to take that service away. And technically, if someone from the general public wanted to look at it, I think they should be able to as well. It's been a collective asset for everyone in the county. So if someone here wanted to look at the annotated code is very useful. You can go, if you have an issue, you can look up what's happening with your situation, and it'll lead you in the right direction for different cases and other statutes. So I think it's useful, but it is available online now, and they're trying to push everyone on. And I do get some from the Supreme Court. That's how I can also make up that issue, but it's gone for everyone else. I may still have the resources, but no one else would. So.
Your Honor, I appreciate your efforts in terms of the law books. I remember the days when we had a circuit court judge who spent $80,000 on law books that never made it outside of the shipping cases. They were unopened, so.
Well, ours are opened and on the shelves. Once again, how much they get used, I can appreciate. It might be an argument to be made that we reduce it, but thank you. Any other questions for me? And I know it's a big budget and I appreciate it, and I certainly not perfect. And if there's criticisms or areas you think I should be trying to trim, and I can give you an explanation as to why I think it's important. I know we may have some issues, and recently we had the issue with the interpreter where the Supreme Court had been funding our telephonic interpreting for years, and I don't think we're the county. We weren't one of the counties that was abusing it, but some counties were abusing it to the point where the Supreme Court basically cut that. And obviously, we're in a situation with a toll road going through that we need to have the availability for obscure languages, Arabic languages, Southeast Asian languages. We get these people who come through and they have a right to be able to have an interpreter, and we have to use the language line. But we were able to get the Supreme Court set up basically a grant system, and I appreciate the authorization from the commissioners. And just so you all have an understanding of what's happening with that, there's a grant that we now have to do quarterly reporting on to try to get reimbursed to use the interpreter services that we always had paid for before. And I think we'll still be under. I think we'll use less than what we need there, but all we need is one major trial with multiple defendants that don't speak English, and we could blow the budget. So God forbid that happens, but that's certainly possible. So a jury trial with the domestic battery with a victim that doesn't speak English and an alleged perpetrator doesn't speak English, and it lasts for several days, and we could have tens of thousands in just interpreter expenses. So thanks for listening to me. Any other questions for me?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. Kim, clerk's office.
Page 69.
You gave me time to get over here. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm not really asking for a whole lot this year. My big item, I am asking for $50,000 for Fund 1119 for a scanning project that I've been working on for the last couple of years. The whole project is a total of like $187,000. I'm trying to get all of the clerks' old files in the attic scanned. So I've been budgeting a little bit every year to get that done.
Is it your office staff that's doing the scanning?
We have an outside company that's doing it.
Okay, thank you.
And they will come in, they'll get it, they'll scan it. They create like a little filing cabinet on our desktop. So FBI or any individual that comes in, we can just click on there and pull it up instead of going to the attic and trying to figure out which box it is in. And so we did our marriage books last year, so that's really been helpful for us. But again, like I said, I'm asking for 50,000 to help with that project for that.
And that's out of your perpetuation fund.
Correct, yes. I am asking for a 5% increase for salary for my employees, just to help with inflation and everyday living. The only other thing I'm really increasing or is asking for is on my election budget, Fund 1000. I'm asking for an increase of pay for absentee. Bear with me here, my fingers are not working. For the absentee board, absentee travel board, and the central count from $80 to $90 a day. We haven't had an increase in those positions in quite some time. A few years ago, we increased the poll workers at the polling locations, but we didn't increase those 3 positions for pay.
I think I see the pattern, but I just want to ask, so on your Fund 1000, you do more for the equipment repair maintenance in an election year?
Correct, yes.
I saw the pattern, but I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, they come and program our machines for the election.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Put the ballots on the machines. And I think that's really my only increases that I have. The rest is pretty much following the same as last year's.
All right. Is there any more questions for Kim?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, next is surveyor, Zach.
On your shoes. On your shoes.
What page is it there?
76.
Morning.
Good morning.
Like wasn't too long ago, we were doing the same thing, so it's a good thing or bad thing. So, you guys, I wrote a letter, gave you what I was on our budget we wanted to do. I don't ramble on here, talk a bunch of stuff you guys don't want to hear about. So, if you just ask me questions, I'll try to address those. If you guys don't mind.
I appreciated your summary of the ups and downs. That was nice to see them all spelled out.
Okay, equipment wise, you're looking at a new 4-wheeler.
And we're gonna have to get something here. Most of our section corners we're doing are getting pretty far off the road and can't get equipment back to them. If we had a small 4-wheeler, a small side by side to get our stuff back there, it's probably gonna help us complete out the grid system over the next 5-10 years. But we're about maybe this next year here. We'll see.
And what's the in-course system?
In-course network system. Which part of that?
It just has $750 here for it.
Okay. So on our GPS system, we're running basically 2 different kind of networks right now. You guys have approved a base station for this office, which has helped out a ton for us, and private surveyors are using it too. But we also have the in-course network that we can use that the state operates. We haven't had to use it hardly because the base station works much better. But once in a great while, the base station may not be working. It's nice to have the course network part of it too. So
just a subscription basically.
Yeah, correct. To use that. I'll just give a brief summary on the way the salaries go is, I have Sam, who's been here just about as long as I have. And Corey's been here for 2 years, which is an hourly employee for the county, sometimes a long-term employee anymore, it seems like. But he's doing really well. He has a skill set that's hard to find here in LaGrange. He can do CAD drafting, ArcMap draft, run the GPS unit. very good with people at the office, customer service friendly. Sam has a bunch of knowledge. It's hard to replace those people. I just make sure they're compensated so they don't desire to look somewhere else. They're not really actively looking, but if something came up, I know they'd probably take it because of pay. They want to increase their life. So if we just enough to keep them here and committed to not have to start looking at different places, other counties, other entities that pay 10, 20 grand more for doing a similar job, which is a huge pay increase. I just keep it competitive enough to where like, I like working at the county, I like the environment. But I want to make sure that they have enough to do a few things at home with, not just live, paycheck to paycheck. Given the work they do and our staff size, if I just keep those two people, we don't need more staff members. I'm not here can request more staff because we really don't need it with technology we have now, but we have to have people who are competent to run that technology, and they both are very good at it. It'd be hard to replace them, I think, if I don't think they're going anywhere, but I also know that they're not living too high at home with the current pay compared to the other salaries. And when you compare apples to apples, that's why I think last year I gave you the amount of work we do at this county compared to other counties and our staff size and pay. We just want to be treated equally, I guess. We do a little more than some other counties with our cost share on storm drain projects. You guys give me a little bit of money. The county, highway's been helping out quite a bit with that. Theron can vouch those are not, it takes a lot of time, energy, and effort, and not a lot of reward, except that you solve major drain problems for personal individuals, which has helped avoid it. We're serving the public, but it comes at a high headache. Theron's tired of doing them. I kind of am, but I still do it because it helps people out. I believe that's what I came here to do. So as far as a job reward, it feels really good to get some of those drain projects solved, and it gets the people some money from the individuals who can't afford it all on their own. So stuff like that we do. The section perpetuation, we do way more than any of the other county around. We do them in-house, which saves a ton of money. And I want to continue to do that stuff. And I want to continue to stay motivated, but I also want to keep my staff and just be treated fairly. So I didn't look at the percentage of what it was. I just tried basing it off of what the work we do based to other counties similar to us. And if I could have that, I think we're looking long-term at my staff to keep them and retain them. And I'm hoping that's my goal, because if I didn't have them, my job would probably be easier to walk away from too. A part of me to keep me here is they count on me and I count on them. But once somebody breaks off, it's like, well, shoot, it just starts to, it can really make it hard. Other offices who have had staff come and go makes it harder to have to retrain people over and over again. It's not long-term cost effective to do.
So now, can Corey do the corners? Does Rex have to be involved because of his surveyor?
Rex, so we do all the recon work, basically, pull all the stuff. State law has to have a licensed surveyor oversee it. So Rex works about 20 days a year on Tuesdays. So we have everything ready to go. He just verifies that is the corner before we can
So
monument
the
it.
work's done by Corey, basically.
Corey, yeah, I've taught him. He's doing really good at it. He's still learning. I mean, you still learn, but not as much as you did the first 2 years. But he's still learning. It's a job where you learn a lot the first couple of years, and then you think, oh, I got it all figured out. But you continue to learn, just not quite as much. So we do all the recon work, get them all mapped out, and then Rex comes in. He verifies that is it, because he has that license to do that. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I don't want to hold you up all day.
Any more questions for Zach?
And if you guys want to email me, call me to go over anything, I'd be happy to go over that with you. So
Thank you.
Thank
yep,
you.
thank you.
Okay, next, planning and zoning. Robbie.
Good morning. So for my budget is basically the same as it was last year. I did do a 3% increase for staff. Oops, sorry.
You're good.
Nope, wait on it. So 3% increase for the staff. I had 4 accounts that I decreased a little bit. There was money left over at the end of the years for the last couple of years, so I've decreased those. But otherwise, it stays the same. The zoning compliance certificate account is the same amount as last year also. know if you have any questions on it.
Any questions? Now's the time. All right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Robert.
It's easy when it's the same.
All right, redevelopment commission.
It's page 85.
I don't know if there's anybody here to present for
Gonna
that.
say,
So we have budgeted the amount that's in the fund so that it's ready to go in case projects come up. Those projects are approved by the RDC separate from you guys. So we've just made the appropriations available to them.
all right, weights and measures. Kim here.
Good
morning. I am really not asking for that much. I'm just asking for like an extra $310 for membership fees and conference cost. They've gone up considerably over the last couple of years, and I've pulled from other areas in my budget and just figured that this way I could maybe use my equipment budget for equipment. So that's all I'm asking for is like $310.
Right.
I notice as of this printout, you've not used any of your travel and mileage.
I have not turned that in yet because it is a part-time position. I do it quarterly or like every 6 months.
Okay. All right.
But then, like I said, I do pull from that, and I've been pulling from the equipment and the office supplies to cover the membership and the conference fees and things of that nature.
Any questions for Kim? All right.
Thank you for coming in.
Yep.
Kathy, can you tell us the date the 2025 expended was through? It looked to me like it was maybe through the end of April.
Should be through the end of June.
Is it June? Okay, thank you. I was just looking at percentages.
Next, Martin from.
Good morning. You should have a letter that I submitted with our budget submittal, explaining some of the processes, I guess, and where we're at this year. We've increased our reach with the public and through programming by about 5% in the last year. We're continuing to work with partners with conservation work on soil, water, and related natural resources. I did want to distribute this that I got from Indiana State Department of Agriculture last week. Shows a little bit where LaGrange County is as far as actual on the ground accomplishments. Oh, I see. I've made a mistake here. This is a 2-page deal, so you got,
Okay.
everybody got 1 page or 2. I go backwards, I think you get the other one. This is the one you need.
No, I got that one.
Oh, you got that one? Okay. Just,
No, now we're good.
you got it? This helps you visualize a little bit, in solid terms, what our work helps to accomplish. You need this one. And you need that.
Thank you. There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
All right, maybe that makes better sense. Sediment reduction, 20,000 tons. That's 208
rail train cars. Phosphorus reduced. Phosphorus is a major concern environmentally, as it binds to both soil and to a certain extent to water as well. It's one of the things that we're testing for in our weekly testing cycles. We're in year 2 of that. That project basically has been funded by grants from the LaGrange County Community Foundation as well as NIPSCO and REMC. So we're trying, and plus some of the money that we get from the state of Indiana through Clean Water Indiana funds goes to that as well. I wanted to ask for a little more money this year. This year we upgraded our lab at Pargill to enable us to test for total suspended solids. We had to do that at Elkrud last year. Elkrud got rid of an old oven and gave it to us so that we could do our own. Then we had to get some additional equipment to allow us to do that. Next year, we'd like to be able to equip our lab to do our phosphorus testing as well in-house rather than have to run over to Stroh to do it at the Elkrud lab. Elkrud's been great to work with as a partner. They're willing to continue to work with us, and we very much appreciate that. But we also understand that crowds their lab at times that they need the lab space for their own work. So we're trying to sort of wean ourselves off of that as much as possible. I did not increase my ask for that program this year from the county. After our discussion with Jeff and Jenny, which I did appreciate, and I put that in the letter too. It really was nice to have something to gauge by, have county council touch base with us. Karen attends our board meetings regularly, monthly board meetings, and I really appreciate that as well. So it really is beneficial for the conservation district to remain in constant communication with county council so that we sort of know where we're at. What we're going to do, we're going to try, and I think that's going to run us around $10,000 to probably upgrade the lab next year for phosphorus testing. We're going to try and do that again by going back for some more local grants, possibly Clean Water Indiana grant, to help us enable the lab to continue with that process. So didn't want to add that on. I did ask for a 3% increase. We talk about, getting inflation put behind us, but every time I go to the grocery store, I didn't see it yet. So I am concerned about my own staff. So I did ask for 3%. That was in accordance with the conversation I had with Jeff and Jenny earlier. To offset that, Amy and I really looked hard at our budget. Last year, it contained an ask for some equipment that we needed to purchase. We did purchase that. It's a done deal. That's stuff that's going to last a long time in the future with good care taking care of it. And so not going to be asking for that kind of thing. we were able to bring our operating budget down by about 9%. So between that and the increased ask for the salaries and wages, we end up with just about 1% overall increase in our budget over last year. Jeff asked us to keep things as flat as we possibly could, and that's about as close as we can get it. But we understand circumstances from the state and know that there's going to have to be some belt tightening along the way. So we're willing to do our part in that as we proceed. Was there any questions or? Okay, I'm always open. Anytime you have any questions, particularly concerning the way the district handles its assets. Any questions, stop by our office down there across from Slammers or give us a phone call. We're always open. I want to be transparent in that, and we want to use taxpayer dollars to the maximum effect to improve our environment.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Extension next.
Page 104.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Jeff Burbrink. I'm with Purdue Extension and currently serving as co-county extension director. Viviana Gooseman back there is my other coworker. She's the other half of the co-county extension director. We took over on May 16th when Brittany left Purdue. So we're filling in there. Our budget request is fairly simple, I believe. I think the two biggest things there would be looking at the distribution of when we need our help. We had a secretary position there that we felt like we could split that up and then start spending more of that money in April, May, June, July, August, when we need the help during fair season, essentially. And well, that's when all the crops are out there and all the bugs and slugs are crawling around. So we need more help at that time of the year. So we're kind of looking at redirecting how that position, the funds for that position were handled into those two different line items, the secretary and the hourly clerical, if you see how that's split out there. The other line, everything else we held pretty much close to the same as last year. With the exception of the extension contract, they did ask us for a 3% increase this year. So I'm passing that along.
Any questions for Jeff? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll be back.
Hang on just a minute. Recording back.
35.
We should be back up and running.
All right, call the meeting back to order and we'll start out with the next budget presentation from the highway.
Page 35.
Hello.
Good
I
morning.
have a head cold. So we're all aware. We're gonna start out with 1135. As you probably noticed, it went down quite a bit in funds. Aaron found out that culverts and guardrail subcontractors and general bridge maintenance could all come out of 1173. So we put 100,000 each for those in the 1173. And then we also have the money needed for preliminary engineering and right-of-way for Bridge 49, and then preliminary engineering for Bridge 48 match funds ready to be transferred out of the transferred to another fund. So that's what that means, if you're questioning that one. Any questions on that section? No, that's my little section.
I did, but you answered them. Thank you.
What?
I did have a bunch of questions, but you answered them. Thank you.
Fantastic. And then in 1176, just the one portion, engineering services, that's for application and plans. That has a portion to cover application and plans for 2027-1. Community crossings application, which will come out next July. 2026-1 community crossings will come out this October. We found out with the big changes down in the state. So we got the 2025-1 in January. 2026-1 is coming out in October. And then 2027-1 will be next July. So it'll be a very congested year of community crossings. And then also paint striping went into the 1173, which includes the grant match that we got for paint striping to be completed in 2026. And then Aaron will tell you all the rest.
Good morning. We'll start on Fund 1000, General Fund. So we raised that based on the overall percentages that we've seen over the last handful of years. That's for testing at the landfill that the highway department takes care of. We still maintain, test, and oversee the landfill. I think it's towards the end of 29 that we'll be toward the end of that, and then we'll have the appropriate people decide on what we're going to do with that moving forward. But we're nearing the end of the requirements to fulfill that. So the powers to be will decide that when that time's appropriate, but we're getting closer. Darren already talked about 1135. I would like to go to Fund 1169, the local road and street fund. Traditionally, we've, the last 3 years, we've asked for 2 dump trucks with this funding. This year, we're asking for 1 dump truck and 1 paver, asphalt paver. The asphalt paver we currently have now has had many issues. Despite 2 dump trucks being very beneficial, the paver would probably be a more significant impact for our department along with the dump truck. After talking about with the council representative, HR, keeping our budget on track or below where we were. There was no way to do the dump truck and the paver without going over budget. So we took one dump truck down. We're going to try to make it and put this in its place to try to stay below that threshold. Next one would be 1173. Theron already kind of talked about this. Everything that we can add to this, we wanted to do that just to keep the Cume Cap Bridge Fund where it should be. And then this would count towards half of the restricted fund that we need for road work. Not that we ever have a problem with that, but the more money funding going towards the roads that the state sees at the end of the year, the better we're going to be as a county. One thing I do want to mention is we've kind of been at 2 million for a handful of years with the 1173. That's roughly only getting us 7% of chip seal per year. I think if you'd ask any other highway department, the old timers talk would be that, you try to get 10% of your road sealed. We'd like to be 10 to 12%. So there's already a shortfall in that funding every year. Kind of where we want to be with our 10-year asset plan. Getting our phaser rating levels to 5 for all our tar roads. So we already got a shortfall there. I just wanted to let you know where our goal is and shortfall is. We're 5% under that, where we want to be for preventative maintenance starting out. Because we know funding is going to be altered, and just want to let you know where our shortfall is currently. I'd like to go to 1176. The office and administrative 0530 for department. We are asking that all highway department employees receive 3% raise. So one thing that we kind of talk about is how our department's kind of constantly evolving. It's changing. So with that, we try to figure out how could we help meet our day-to-day needs and making things better. And we kind of came up with a game plan, and it kind of starts in this department. We got 4 employees. We want to kind of move around, change their job descriptions, change their duties to better help fit what our department needs are going forward. We have talked to commissioners. We talked to HR. There's going to be 0 additional funds needed. No additional equipment needed. This is all things we're going to do internally. I'd be happy to tell you more about it if you want me to go on and talk about it. The job descriptions aren't currently done, but they're very close to being done. But not only will this help our day-to-day, but this is kind of in line with our vision on what we want to do long-term goal, making things more simplified and streamlined versus touching one piece of paper 3 to 4 times. But I'd be happy to talk on that more if you have questions.
In that regard, you do have the ability to have people do what needs done, right?
Yeah.
These jobs are getting done. It's just you want to reformat the job description to better fit what they're doing with adjustments.
Yep, that's correct. Additional duties and then reassigning certain duties to help us day to day and actually help the department day to day. Just restructuring without asking for additional funds.
And with those funds, you're going to redistribute the funds according to the job description, correct?
That is correct. Yep. There's a lot of work, a lot of forward thought. But long term, I think it's going to be best for the department as a whole. that was really the main thing, for the 0530, the administrative side. If we could go to the 1176, 0531, the maintenance, maintenance and repair. And I'm just trying to hit the big highlighted things. I mean, I could talk about every one of them and I'd be happy to. But to stay on task, item 20204, dust control, something I wanted to point out. I believe it's the second page in this department. Over the last 2 years, is it the second page? Maybe it's the first.
Page 37 on ours.
There we go. Well, that number is not right.
Page 37, about
Yeah.
2/3 the way down.
Okay, I do see it now. There we go. Over the last 2 years, that number has increased crazy amount drastically. 2 years ago, we cut it down by a third. And what I mean by that is for the longest time, it was 300 feet in front of homes, businesses, and intersections. We cut it down to 200 feet 2 years ago. And it's a $100,000 increase over 2 years with us minusing a third. It's astronomical. That's just a fraction. That's just a little snapshot of way our prices are increases for material. The availability is the same way. We're not guaranteed asphalt or cold mix patch when we want it. Things have kind of changed a lot. And I just wanted to use that as an example of it's extreme fluctuation year to year. Dust control being one that I could pinpoint at and just make you aware of some of the challenges we have.
So on here, you have uniforms in two different places. Is it a difference in uniforms, why you have two line items for them?
So one is a rental, one and one's purchased.
Gotcha.
Outright. And we once a year, we'll probably purchase some employees green shirts with our logo. But we're cautiously not trying to overdo that, just as needed. But the rental ones are different from the purchase ones. In the same category, it'd be on the second page, 12003, general laborers, seasonal laborers. We cut that down from 5 to 3. We asked for 5 last year. We did a good job using our seasonal laborers, but we cut that down to 3. And we got 3 mowers going. So it's not impossible to do that in the winter. We could use more, but I think we can make do. I think if we have to work a little longer, it's doable. Maybe not, as fast as we like, but it's obtainable for us to do that. At the very bottom of that, I didn't make note, but we're asking for certain materials we're going to ask to be hauled in. We tried it last year, and we hauled 10,000 ton of slag ourselves. What I quickly realized is the fuel, the time, the maintenance on the vehicles, the breakdowns, we could have got about another 70 miles burned. And at the end of that, when I start weighing what we could have got done versus the breakdowns and the cost, about 60 more thousand we could have had it hauled in. Maintaining our roads is something that we want to do. We want to do it aggressively, efficiently. So for that slag, we're going to ask that be hauled in. We would use that funds for that. And then the rain days that are full rain, we can haul the limestone and do cost savings. But to just be a trucking company and try to maintain the roads, that's why we put that new one down at the bottom there in that same category. If you don't have any questions, I'd like to move to 1176-0532, the construction and reconstruction. So this is pretty much the same as last year. Our oil and lubricants did go up a little bit. One thing you noticed, paint striping is now in 1173. That's something that can be charged to that restricted fund. We did move that. Everything else in this category is pretty much the same. I felt we were pretty ultra conservative with this one. Again, hearing we needed to be where we were below, not trying to grow, we really tried to do what was asked of us. Truck equipment, 40116, with that number at 210,000, what we're hoping to purchase with that is a small dump truck, 4,500, with the flatbed. That's actually going to replace the one that we had an accident this spring. Help replace that one. We did get a insurance check, but it's only going to cover a third of what it costs to get it replaced. Also a pickup with a V plow, and dump trunk winter blades for the 26 winter season. That's what that whole line will amount to for those three things. The other equipment, that's down pretty much to nothing compared to where we've been. I'm hoping just to buy a used offset vibrating roller for road gravel on the edges. A new one's about 95 to 100,000. I'm hoping we can buy a used one. Try to be resourceful and opportunistic, and hopefully we can get one picked up in the winter when the demand isn't as high. That's the next one up. That's the same one. Garage equipment, same category, 40204. And the garage equipment, that one's a little larger. So we do need we're hopeful for a new small tire changer. We were able to get a large tire changer for all the dump trucks and balancer. The balancer we currently have, if we were to get a small tire changer, we'd be able to do the majority of them. So I feel a balancer for the small ones isn't needed right now, maybe at a later time, but be able to do the majority of changing them and balancing them in-house. That could be great benefit for us. Also a hydraulic line press for large lines. You blow a hydraulic line that's 1.5 inches, and you got to go, John Deere to get a special one made. It's an extreme cost. It's about $10,000 for this machine, but being able to do a 80-foot hose, 60-foot hose for a grader, doing a couple of these large hoses that you can't just put special ends on and replace them. This could save us in the first year alone, being able to do something like this in-house. That number also includes a new shop air compressor, some new shop tools needed, and then our main furnace in the garage. The other heaters have been replaced currently over the mechanics bay, but our main garage furnace has been temperamental at best. And with winter coming, I'd like to put it in there, and if we need to have it replaced, we will. And if not, we would just give it back. Any questions about that account? Overall, the budget we're proposing, $70,000 in last year. So we took what was asked very serious. I'm hoping we can stick to the paper. We're going to do our very best, but we took it serious, and we want to we know what's coming. Our funding's changing. And what's about to come from the state, we're not sure of. So you listen to what you said.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Jeff here. It's not 11 o'clock.
I'm here too. I don't see him.
Jason's here. Or was.
Elf.
Unless
Elf.
Doc Conway was coming.
Okay. Alf, do you want to present for the health department?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Page 98.
98.
Thank you.
This is.
Thank you. That's pretty much the resume for the 2026 budget for the health department. Right now, for 25, we have 5 funds. For 26, we're going to have only 4. So I already give you a reduction of 1 fund. So if we start with the 1159 is the health. That pretty much stayed the same thing. Was no change at all. And no matter I include the 3% increase in salaries, the fund doesn't change. Okay, so that's something that is a good point there. The next one is the local health maintenance fund, the 1168, and I give you a reduction of $4,000. I reduce $4,000 for that fund. For the tobacco settlement, that fund is gone. No more money, so that's completely closed for 26. And that's pretty much around $18,000 that I need to find a place to move it. The next one is the immunization donation. For that fund, I give you $12,000 reduction. And the next one is the local public health. And everybody's aware the governor reduced 75% all the funds. And that obviously include the Health First Indiana. So you can see I reduced that fund for almost over $300,000. So if you go to the bottom, the total budget for the health department from 25 is 1.5 million, and for 26 is 1.2. So pretty much I give you a reduction of 23% for 26. That's pretty much I presented to the board in July. That was approved by the board in July 1st. And this is the numbers I presented to you today. 23% reduction for the health department budget for 26. That's the best I can do now. And I hope you are pleased with that.
Very much so.
Okay. So I don't want to see any change on numbers. Okay, any questions?
Thank you.
Absolutely no. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Al.
Okay, so the next one I have for you guys is the health department would like to apply for the grant to the, I think is the opioid settlement fund. That was submitted to the commissioners. They approve it, the grant that we can apply for the grant, but we need your blessing for that approval, okay? Because that's the fund, you are the one controlling the funds. So that's pretty much is a grant through the Family and Social Services Administrations with the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. This is a grant with the health department will be the lead agency with the couple people working in that, like the LaGrange County Community Mental Health and Substance Use Collaborative with the sheriff, Bowen Health, Norris Center, Council on Aging, DCS, Parkview, Bright Point, Crow Road, on and on and on. So it's a lot of people working with the health department. So we're asking for $150,000 match. So that means the health department will be receiving with this group of people $300,000 if we get approval. Okay. The only thing we need from you is to give us the okay for us to apply. The deadline for apply is October 6th, with December 12th to notice if we receive the money or not. And that will be running from July 1st, 26 to June 30, 2028. It's for 2 years. So that's pretty much, so I need your blessing. So in that way we can apply for that grant.
All right, we should probably have a motion for that.
Do you plan to hire any direct employees with that grant?
I'm not completely sure right now, okay? That will depend what will be the duties and all the requirements from the grant, okay? If that will be the case, obviously we need to come back. But right now, I cannot answer yes or not.
So you did approve the additional appropriation last month.
Okay.
Commissioners approved them applying for the grant. You approved the match funds if they get the grant.
Okay, so it's already taken care of.
It is already taken care of, other than employees. That has not been approved, direct employees with the new grant funds.
Exactly, it's something needed, we can come back and ask for that. And again, it's a big group, so maybe it's not the case, but I'm not completely sure until we receive the okay.
So
Sound good?
we don't need a motion to authorize them to apply for the grant.
We did
That's already
last.
taken care of.
Correct. Other than
Okay.
we haven't approved any employees. If a grant has direct staff, usually approve them permission to apply as well, but at this time they don't know.
Okay.
So that's the case, we need to come back and ask. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, any questions?
No, but you should be good to go to apply for that grant.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over's not here.
Clerk and the recorder and the treasurer are ready if you want to grab them.
Okay.
Do you want
Yeah, yes, let's do
to?
that.
Can you grab? Oh, recorder's right there. Sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
Not too many changes for the office. I did transfer the small amount of office supplies, extra training and travel and postage that had normally been coming out of county general over to the perpetuation fund.
This is,
Page 116.
Sorry.
yeah, I was going to say the recorder 116.
It was approximately the amount of $1,600. I did ask for a 3% cost of living raise for me and my deputy. My scanning projects are almost finished. That was a big project I had worked on, coming from the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund. And now I intend to start focusing on some book preservation. Some of those books are 200 years old almost. And I did get a quote, and that was only on 5 books for almost $40,000. So it's very expensive. My intent is to focus on plats, the old original plats and deed books that are in need of repair. And that's, I think I just asked for 30,000 out of the perpetuation fund for this year, just to get that process started and see what that looks like for preservation.
And that's book rebinding?
It's
Is that different?
It's more than just rebinding. The papers get old, they yellow, the ink is bad.
I was just making sure I was on the right.
Yeah, it's
line
to
item.
it's to restore the paper.
That is correct. The line is called book rebinding right now.
Oh, is that what it's
30,000.
called?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I wanted to just
Gotcha.
clarify, that I was seeing the right thing here.
okay, my mistake. And so that's what I would be starting to use more of the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund for.
Okay.
Any
Any
questions?
How's your day going?
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, treasurer.
That's 120.
Good
morning.
Morning.
It
Good
is still
morning.
morning, right? I have not asked for much increase. 3% in salaries is what I put on my budget. I did go down $25 on one line that we haven't been using, our seminars and training, since the commissioners cover most of our training through their budget. I did increase my Easy Scanner maintenance. That's an annual maintenance agreement we have our machine there that scans all of the checks and coupons and then posts automatically to the software for property tax payments. That has been going up each year. We started using that in 2022, my first full year here. It went up $150 the first year, $225 the second year, $190 the third year. So if it continues to go up that much, I don't know that I budgeted enough, but I've got enough that I can play with in my budget somewhere else to just pull the minimal amount out. So I'm asking for 300 more on that line item. And then our membership dues for Indiana County Treasurers Association went from 0.5% of salary to 0.75% of salary starting next year. So I increased that $170. So all in all, with the amount of my budget, I have a small budget compared to a lot of these. So I'm not asking for a lot, but I would ask you to consider those raises on those line items. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assessor and GIS are both there.
Okay. GIS.
114.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Ernberger, the new GIS coordinator. Most of you haven't met me in person, but over the past 17 and a half years, you have probably seen me around the building. So for the most part, my budget is relatively small. For Fund 1000, the only increase I'm asking for is a 3% increase in wages due to the continuously increasing economic state of the country. Other than that, everything else, with the exception of a $20 increase in travel mileage, and that's actually an oversight of mine because there was some allocations moved around. $20 was moved earlier in the year to seminars and training. Just leave that at 500. The next fund is 1150 in map generation fund, and there's no changes in that. It's still a 2500. Actually have 6,000 plus in that fund currently, but just asking for 2,500 to be allocated for seminars and training. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, assessor.
109.
Goose drink wine.
I am Kim Fairchild, county assessor. If I haven't met you all, nice to meet you. We don't really have many changes either. The budget was handed in by the previous assessor, but again, I don't think there were many changes. We are up for a reassessment contract, so we'll have our bidding before the end of the year. And we did add in our account, it's the fund 1224 for the reassessment. We did add about a 10% increase. It's a 4-year contract, and so we're looking for about a 10% increase, which is about expected, really. It's been 4 years since we've had that contract. So we'll be getting back with you on that. I think for our Form 11s went up a little bit on that also, and that increase is due to postage. As we know, postage went up again this year. Other than that, it's not a whole lot of difference. The only other thing, I think honestly everything is about the same. I'm working with HR right now as far as our just the general fund 1,000. I'm working with HR currently to have one of our full-time status to go to permanent part-time. As I mentioned, the budget was already turned in before I took office. And so I'm mentioning this because we have one of our currently permanent part-time status employees that we're looking to move up to our current pay. She's not at the same hourly pay as the current staff. So when we're looking to just to be fair and equitable among the staff in our office, she has been here over 14 years and does the same work that the rest of our office does. And she actually trains our new employees. So overall, we feel that it's fair that she's at the same pay as the rest of us. So that's, we would move one to part-time, but ask for the same pay. So we would be going down a little bit in budget overall. So that's all I have. Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Jason, are you ready?
Yes.
Got 13 minutes.
Page 95. Morning, gentlemen, man, ladies. Mine should hopefully be short, sweet, and painless.
So that means you decreased it.
Let's not go too crazy. No, actually, for mine, it'd be pretty simple. Again, we had the meeting with Jeff and Jenny. They came around, which was very informational and helpful. So I kept all my working line items the same as last year. Only increase was for the 3% for the salary across the board. And I did shave off a little of the unsafe building a little there. So I currently have several projects in our work here this year. So hopefully we're going to finish that off. I've had one more house demoed here recently, and the funds will come out of that yet this year. I got two more I'm hoping to get done by this year yet out of this unsafe fund cycle. I got a current ones in a court process, so hopefully now I'll have those. But yeah, everything's going to be pretty much the same except for the 3%.
Okay, office supplies. Do you have a major purchase there planned? It's at 25,000 compared to last year's 2,200.
Is it a typo? That might be a typo.
Is that a common?
So, added a zero.
Oops.
It'll work. I just want to make sure.
Somewhere there's a lot of paper clips or something.
Probably.
It was Jason's typo.
Okay.
Somebody went in and scared.
He's trying to
He was
slide
talking
something
and then
under.
somebody scared him.
To make
Hit
sure
another
whether it's
zero.
me or not.
All right, typo.
He's just trying to slide something.
Okay, so it's actually 2,500.
Yeah,
Okay.
same as last year. Do apologize.
So is that number 25,000 in the total?
It is in the total.
Oh,
Oh,
you just
awesome.
cut our budget
Yeah,
22.5.
That was what I was meaning to do. Take note, department heads. You're welcome.
You the man.
All part of the plan. But yeah, any questions? Now that I've saved you a bunch of money out of our line items. If not, alrighty.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. Is there anybody else?
IT?
IT? There we go.
112.
I don't know why Kathy does this budget thing or agenda thing.
Getting a little crazy now.
It's a guideline.
All right.
Good morning.
Morning.
Really not putting a whole lot of change from last year. We're finishing up a lot of big projects and stuff that has unfortunately kind of been stretching me and my staff a little bit here and there and stuff. And but it's one we're finally getting rid of all this legacy items that we've had at the county. So now I can truly focus more on the numbers with the years to come to plan out better on, where we can go, where we can save money and everything with new equipment or warranties and stuff like that. Since now I've got a good hold on everything we have for the county wise for every, technology equipment that we have set. So, and basically the only real increase I've asked is after talking with Jeff and Jenny here with the wage and stuff from my staff and staff only, is to do a 3% increase to go with the standard of living there. And other than that, realistically, like I said, I've kept everything about as a flat line for now since it's been working for me last year. And even though there's been some increase with newer projects, I've also been able to cut costs on some of the contracts I have in place with some of the software too. So
It's good. Just one concern, and maybe it's my monitor here, but you're rather fuzzy on my monitor.
oh my, yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's something that I'm working with New Era to get all this fixed too, because
If it costs us more, we don't care.
yeah, I think that's something with YouTube and stuff too with it. So that's something I'm gonna look, if not this year, next year, to possibly make this whole streaming thing much easier and stuff, because it's one that try to use as much free to get it going at first and stuff. But obviously, I don't think I've been having really a whole lot of good luck with this. So yeah, that's something in the plans there to actually make myself look a little better.
That's not gonna happen.
I do appreciate it.
Not enough
And whether we like it or not, the streaming is a reality. It's a requirement. And so.
But that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Right. Convention and Visitors Bureau, if you want, that's
You
right.
want to take care of legal claims and some things like that?
If you're ready, Harold, why don't we do the legal claims?
All right, legal claims. We did meet with the attorney. We've reviewed things line item by line item, total legal claims, and this is for work done in June. Amounts to $23,932.75. Of that, $4,695 is directly related to litigation. So with that, I would make a motion to approve payment of the legal claims.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve legal claims as presented.
There was a line on there for the hotel motel tax.
Yes.
Be allocated to that department.
Yes. that, and there were a number of others that either are split or they're paid by redevelopment.
I was waiting for one more, the July claims to come in, and then I was going to submit a bill to the tax commission for payment. Because they had the final drafting of the ordinances was going to come in on that. So I've got 2 held out. And then once the July bills come in, I'll get those over to Phil or Ryan to get payment for those. So I'm still watching those.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's approved. All right. What else do we have? Can we review the estimated property tax levies?
You can, if you want to do that. Harold?
Okay. Okay, so I'm making a motion, and this is related to the estimated property tax levy limits, reviews, and reduction due to circuit breakers for all taxing units. Motion that all taxing units stay within their maximum levy limits for the budget year 2026 as set by the Department of Local Government Finance. That is my motion.
I'll
You
second
did
that.
that very nicely.
All right. Harold read a motion and there's been a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
The assessor did bring up the salary ordinance request too,
You want to do the salary ordinance amendments?
that we didn't, I mean, if you're looking for something to
Yeah,
do, that's
yeah.
on the agenda.
Let's,
And she did mention that.
let's go that direction.
That went before HR this morning. I believe that's the minute we're talking about. Am I correct, Kathy?
I believe so. Jenny, do you want to speak on those? You know, you're just really messing with my agenda.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to
Things
do.
are in order, now they're not.
What a great day.
So the salary wage amendment ordinance that you will have here in a second, as we're out of order, is we currently have one of our full-time assessors, Kim, is asking to move to part-time. That deputy assessor is aware. That is not a shock to them, and they are open to that. They're fine with it. Just due to the changes for them, less paperwork coming in from their outside contractors, it just is better suited for the office. So they would actually have 2 permanent part-time individuals. We'd want to move that person to part-time of 25 to 29 hours, which would take away all benefits with the exception of they would still get sick time and vacation time per the handbook. But we would keep their hourly wage the same. It would still have the same hourly wage as what they currently are.
Okay,
Yep, because then we have a second one.
right.
Yes. So I think that's the first one. I can talk about the second one, which is the current, as you heard Kim talk about, the current part-time assessor. Her wage is less than all the other assessors upstairs. However, her work requirements, her workload is exactly the same. The only exception is the number of hours that she works. So we're asking that her wage be brought to equal of what all the others are. That was an original budget ask by Pat when she submitted the budget a couple months ago. But since we're moving a person to part-time, asking for their hourly wage to stay the same, we'd like to go ahead and ask to move that hourly wage up.
And that employee's been here 14 years?
14 years, yes. Yep.
And is training the new people coming in.
Correct.
Who are going to be making more than her.
Correct. In theory, yeah, if we don't change this, yes.
One of the things we talked about in the HR committee is that in this particular situation, in the assessor's office, there are certification requirements that aren't present in other departments. So, the level 1, the level 2, that they must earn within a specified period of time. So speaking for myself, I thought that was an exception that justified adjusting this salary at this time. I won't speak for
And
the
both
others.
those employees have those certifications.
Mhm.
I think one was a level 3 and the other one's a level 2.
Well, our assessor is a 3, is a 3. The deputies are a 2. So just as awareness, so there's full transparency. So the current part-time assessor, we did receive a letter from DLGF with concerns that continuing education for the certification were not completed. They have been, per the assessor's office. There is a hearing to discuss that in September. Assuming all that is true, everything is good and we move forward. If it's not true, then that employee would have to get their certificate. They have to retest and recertify their certifications. But the requirement to have them is not gone. There is just a little hiccup happening right now.
And they do receive additional pay for those certifications. So if the hearing does not go the way they want, she would just lose that additional certification pay that's beyond this salary. It's on top of. Yeah.
I make a motion to approve both requests.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve both requests. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Move to waive second reading.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to waive second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Is there another salary wage?
Oh,
ordinance?
yes.
Kevin, you want me to talk about the compost one, or are you okay with that?
I'm right here.
What's that? Oh, sorry. So I think you have a third one in front of you for the compost site attendant. Obviously, as we are getting very, very close to opening that up to the community, we need to hire somebody. So you have in front of you the salary wage amendment ordinance, essentially to approve those wages in the position so that we can advertise and get moving on that. It is a part-time position.
Was that discussed in HR this morning?
It was not.
It was not. Okay. So the amendment is up to $17.56 an hour for up to 25 hours a week. So it would be a part-time with no benefits, right?
Correct.
And this is to have an attendant at the compost site to have an order so that when they get it ready to open, they can open it. So
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
been moved and seconded to approve the salary ordinance amendment for the compost site attendant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to waive second reading.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to waive second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we have applications for that?
Not yet. We have not even posted it yet. So
I do have one more salary ordinance amendment.
Okay.
One of the probation officers has obtained their master's degree, and per the state schedule, we do need to pay them.
Oops, sorry.
They receive an additional 5% of their base salary each year. That's the state's minimum schedule, so we do have to pay that. So it results in up. I don't think that's right.
Do we make it till after lunch?
We'll wait till after lunch on that one because this might be right. It's for the rest of the year because they just got it now going through the rest of the year. So it says it's $1,012.14 for the rest of the year. I'll verify that, but if you want to pass it for now, I'll verify those numbers.
Okay. So it's an amendment to the salary ordinance for probation officer with his upgrade and his schooling, I assume. Is there any discussion?
And I have the state rule right underneath that so you can see the second page.
Oh, okay.
I circled it where it says we have to. So.
No, since we have to, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the salary ordinance amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to waive second reading?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to waive second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome. We have a method here. We just don't go by the agenda.
All right, is Jeff Peters here? Do we
Yeah.
go?
Don't see him yet.
He isn't standing outside waiting, is he?
Let's go on to the required stuff. So for the compost site, they're going to be taking money, so they need to have a petty cash drawer out there. And so you need to authorize petty cash. They were asking for $150. Just keep, make change because they're going to charge the people that the drop. So there's a
All right,
little ordinance for that.
so ordinance for a petty cash fund for the new compost site when it opens of $150.
Motion to approve. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the amendment, the ordinance. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need a waiver on this one?
I don't believe so.
I'd-
All right, I think everybody was emailed the meeting dates, and we need to approve that schedule of meetings.
Move approval as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the council meeting dates as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So everybody should have got the additional appropriations, one of which has already been approved. Is there any questions?
Motion approved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the additional appropriations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Second.
Wait a second.
Oh, that's his job.
That's Harold's job.
What did I do?
Wait a second on the additional.
Motion to waive second reading.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to waive second reading. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? You guys are brutal. All right.
Thank you.
All right, resolution to transfer funds. Again, these were all emailed to us.
Yes, I've added the one Tracy mentioned. I swear we've already done it, but in case not, there it is again.
Okay.
Motion to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the transfer of funds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Harold, we don't need a waiver on transfers.
Yeah.
But I'm here for you, Jeff.
Okay.
All right, the minutes from the previous meeting.
I'd move approval of the minutes as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Just one.
All right, at this time, we'd like to welcome Jeff Peters to make a presentation to us.
Thank you all. Sorry, I got detoured through Hancock County somewhere in the country. Appreciate the opportunity to be up here. It's been a while since I've seen you all. So the legislature, to me, this is kind of the second push from what we had for tax caps. For their infinite wisdom, they believe income tax better than property tax. So they have again moved you further away from property tax and onto income tax. A couple key components to that, particularly from the property tax side, is that they have decided that they are going to reduce the assessed value for certain properties and basically remove it from your tax base. So on your 1% homestead properties, they are going to systematically between 2026 and 2021 reduce that value down to 1/3 of what its gross value is today. Now today you've got a homestead credit, supplemental homestead credit. Maybe you're around that 50% mark of what is net taxable versus the gross. But what they're going to do is drive that down to 33% of that gross value. For the 2% property, which is going to be ag, long-term care facilities, rental residential, they're going to drive that amount down from 100% to 67%. Then for businesses, they decided that for business personal property, today, businesses that have $80,000 or less in business personal property don't have to file a return, so that never gets into your tax base. Beginning in 2027, that amount's going to be $2 million. So you're going to have a whole lot of smaller businesses that do not have to, after 2027 or in pay 2027, don't have to report their personal business property. So again, that's going to reduce your tax base for property taxes. You're still going to have the ability to raise your maximum levy based on that growth formula that we've been using for the last couple decades, which is the 6-year average growth in non-farm income. You will have some additional steps in order to accomplish those amounts. You'll have to have a specific public hearing just to address the tax rate if you want to capture that growth in your maximum levy going forward. So if you have the assessed value of the tax base being reduced and you're still raising your maximum property taxes, what's going to happen is you're going to continue to raise the rate for not only you at the county level, but all the other units of government. That's going to make more properties qualify for the 1%, 2%, and 3% tax caps. So you're going to net collect fewer property tax dollars because more people are going to qualify for these tax caps, and that's going to come off of your property tax receipts. So today, if you collect $96 out of 100 levied, maybe that number is going to be, 92 or 93, something like that. Also, for residential properties, the legislature has decided they will give an additional homestead tax credit equivalent to the lesser of 10% of their tax bill or $300. And that's going to come directly out of your property tax collections. So now it's going to net collect fewer property tax dollars based on what you levy. So the fiscal plan that I sent up for you, I looked at implementing that, and you'll notice, in previous years, I would only project out like 3 years. And typically projections beyond about 3 years aren't very good. They get really sketchy. This one, because the legislature said we're going to serially implement this from 2026 through 2031, I took it out to 2032 because I wanted to see what does it look like on the backside of full implementation of the legislature or of the legislation. And this is something that the legislature themselves should have done through the Legislative Services Agency. they always do fiscal notes where they go through and analyze the impacts to all the related parties when they have the new legislation. Well, the fiscal impact note from LSA only goes out to 2028. I don't know why it only went that far, whether that was their capacity to go that far, or whether the legislature said, we just want to see the first 3 years of it. Anyway, very short-sighted to implement any piece of legislation that you don't know the full impact, particularly if you're driving up tax rates and producing more of those circuit breaker credits. The last 3 years are going to be more significant than the first 3 years. But anyway, we've modeled that for you. You're in a good position for county units, and we have been noticing that across the state. Our different county clients, the counties seem to have fared better than cities and towns, libraries, townships, and some of the special taxing districts, fire districts, and so forth. So the other thing that we worked into your fiscal plan was you're going to have an entirely new income tax regime beginning in 2028. This legislation does not become effective until July 1 of 27. So you won't be able to act on it until after July 1 of 27. You have to have it done by October 1 of 27. But you'll have multiple options of what you can do for income tax. For the county, you can impose 1.2%, collect all of that, so you don't have to share it with any other units of government, and use that for county services. And that's what I've built into your fiscal plan, because to me, that is the most relevant and important part for you to know, is that if you imposed all of that, including the losses you're going to have in property taxes, you can backfill everything that you need. And you'll see in the general fund sheet, which should be around first couple pages of the report. The most important line to that is the line that talks about increase or decrease to the fund balance. Because that line, if it's negative, you're consuming cash. If it's positive, you're adding to cash. And you'll see in that you're positive at the maximum income tax amount by $3 or $4 million a year. So you're in good shape to undertake anything that you want to do as a county. Legislation covers you and you have that authority. You should expect, though, in this new income tax regime, because you're going to be asked by other units of government to implement income taxes for them. Cities and towns with a population below 3,500, you can impose up to 1.2% outside for the whole county, excluding any of your cities and towns that have a population above 3,500, because they will have their own ability to impose a local income tax, but only within their municipal boundaries. And those data sets today don't exist. That's one of the pieces in the legislation that says in 2025, we're going to start to collect that data, because we don't know what the income tax base is inside those cities and towns that are 3,500 and above. Data set's never been built. So there's some estimates out there, but the small cities and towns, you can, again, levy up to 1.2% of income tax outside the cities or towns that are above 3,500. Do you guys have, and how many cities or towns do you have above 3,500? None?
LaGrange is 2,500, and that's our biggest town. So
Okay.
everybody's below.
So you could impose it. If you did, it would go across the entire county. You only have to share of that amount 25% with the small cities and towns. So you could potentially keep another 75% and use it for countywide purposes that benefit all.
Jeff, may I interrupt and ask a question?
Certainly.
Are you talking about the imposition of two separate 1.2%?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought I was hearing. So we could do a 1.2 for the county, and then additionally do another 1.2 that would be for our small towns. Am I
Yes.
hearing that correct?
Yes.
Okay, which in effect would be, yeah, for people living in incorporated towns, it would be then a total of 2.4%.
Even the people outside the incorporated town, it would be 2.4. Because you have no cities or towns above 3,500, so it would apply countywide.
Okay, so non-county, non-small town residents would also be contributing to the budgets of the small towns,
Yes.
unless we decide to keep an appropriate amount.
25%.
Yeah, yeah, okay, I'm following you. I wanted to make sure that
Yeah, and,
I was getting this right.
and the cap under the new legislation is a total of 2.9%.
Okay,
So 1.2 and 1.2, that gets us to 2.4. You also have the ability to impose 0.4% for fire and EMS. You don't have to impose anything. You can pick anything up to the 0.4, can't go above the 0.4. If you impose the 0.4, mandatorily, it gets shared with any fire district, fire territory, and municipal fire department, which would be a city or a town fire department within the county. You can also choose to share it with volunteer fire departments and township fire departments.
now does that 0.4%, does that come into the total 2.9, or is that?
Yes. So if
Okay,
you did 1.2, 1.2, 0.4, you're at 2.8
okay,
of your 2.9 total. Couple things we probably should talk about. On the sharing of revenue for the small cities and towns, be based on population. Where, you know, for the last 40 plus years, we have shared income tax based on property tax levy.
Mhm.
Now this is going to switch to population. For the 0.4% that you can impose for fire and EMS, it gets shared based on population served plus 20 times the square mile of the service area. Then you have the ability to also impose up to 0.05% for each of those smaller units of government. Township, library, solid waste district, airport authority, things like that. So you'll see if we had 1.2, 1.2, 0.4, we're at 2.4, 2.8. We could do two of those at 0.5 and you would be at your
Max.
2.9 cap. And you would be done. The other thing is you cannot exceed 1.7% for the county, the fire and EMS, and these smaller units of government. So if you did 1.2 and you did or if you did 1.2 for the county, 0.4 for fire and EMS, you would only have 0.1 to share between those other units of government, such as library, townships. Presently, you guys share with libraries, townships. Do you share with the solid waste district?
Solid Waste District has their own tax rate.
But do they get income tax?
Yes.
They do. Okay.
Really, they do. I believe it's certified shares that they're getting part of.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you have townships, you have 4 small towns that share the library, the solid waste district. Okay, but you don't have any other small districts. So, yeah, if you were going to share again with library, townships, and solid waste management, you would need to cut that 0.1 into however you were going to share it. If you take the full 1.2 as the county or reserve that. Another statute that I came across later on when I reread this legislation again. There is one specific section that talks about any unit of government that is going to get a distribution of certified shares can reallocate their amount to specific units of government for any purpose relevant to, obviously, public. But I believe if you wanted to specifically address maybe a shortfall in the library or the solid waste district, you could at the county level have a higher rate than what you would potentially need. So if you were going to only impose 0.9%, maybe you decide to go ahead and impose 1.0%. You could take that other bundle of money and say, I'm going to direct X number of dollars to the solid waste district or to the library in order to offset their loss. I think under the current legislation, that's allowed under that one statute as well. So you should be in a good position to continue to provide the services that you provide today. Just again, it's that same impact of the legislature going away from property tax and onto income tax.
And I forgot to write this down. When will this need to be imposed?
The legislation takes effect July 1 of 27, and I believe it needs to be done by October 1 of 27.
Okay.
Because all the income taxes you have in place today all go away at 27. There's no
Okay.
way to renew them. There's no way to extend them. They all vanish. That being said, on the final days of the passage, both the people from the House and the Senate all said, we know this isn't perfect. We have time to make changes. So I think you will see changes in the 26 and 27 legislative sessions. I would expect probably more in 27 because that'll be our next long session.
Mm-hmm.
So we may have a whole different group of rules and parameters when we come out at the end of the 27 session that you'll have to rush through, figure out in order to adopt between July 1 and October 1, have revenue ready for 28.
So how much planning and prep and getting ready to do this do we do in 26?
That my question to
I
you.
I don't like the idea that they're saying we're going to change it. We've got to operate on what we know.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to be setting up now. So it's going to be a lot of work to figure out things now and then work all over again when we have to change it, if they change it. And I don't like it when people keep saying they will. I would appreciate, let's work from where we're at because we know this. I know they're saying they might, but we can't look at that point. We've got to look at it where it's at today and what they're headed for. And then when they change it, they kind of get us.
Yeah. And I think there's kind of two schools of thought to that. I have had one county client ask me to do an analysis of what does it look like today versus what people are receiving in income tax. And if we impose the maximums, can we cover all that? What does it look like? Win or lose? Alternatively, I kind of feel like it is the responsibility of the local unit of government to come to you and say, hey, I'm going to need help from you. This is not going to cover what I'm doing. The biggest problem we're seeing so far is the bigger cities and towns above 3,500. They're not going to have nearly enough income tax base, what we're estimating, to cover their shortfalls. And a lot of it's going to come down to, will the county impose that 0.4 fire and EMS, which will help bring their income tax amounts back up close to what they have today. So we are, for those clients, we're providing that sort of analysis to the county and saying, hey, here's how short we're going to be. We're going to need that 0.4. We're going to need at least 0.25 out of that 0.4 in order to make us whole. And I kind of feel like that should be the responsibility of those local units of government to be coming to you and lobbying you and giving you their analysis and their information to help you with that.
Mm-hmm.
The townships, that might not be realistic, but
Yeah, but it would seem to me it'd be very wise if we would initiate a joint meeting that would bring in the clerk treasurers, township trustees, the library people, and everybody that's affected by this, that we start a process now to begin to get the discussion so that, as Mr. Peters is saying to us, they come to us and say, hey, here's what we're going to need. Here's what we're losing. Here's what we're going to need. But I think we need to take the initiative and set up some meetings with these people to get this process started. Otherwise, it's going to be at the last minute, and that's going to be terrible.
Yeah, because they need to be aware now, not in 27 when we start making moves.
Well, and listening to this and following this, I'm thinking about, okay, what we've done in terms of tax abatements. That comes into play too as property tax is modified. So,
And with the personal property exemption of 2 million, you'll have a lot fewer equipment abatements. It'll just be real estate mostly.
Yeah.
Going forward.
Yeah.
One point of clarification on the 2 million. If they have above 2 million, they pay tax on everything down to 0. So it's not, the first 2 million is excluded. It's only those businesses that have a total acquisition cost of 2 million or less.
Okay.
So big industrial stuff, they're still going to pay all the way down. So, if you TIF those or abate those, you'll have those same schedules that you've always had.
So how does all these new rules apply to us for the 26 budget?
26, 27, going to be very similar to what you have today on the income tax side and on the total revenue side. I think your loss, what we projected for your increased loss in circuit breaker and the new homestead tax credit was like 360,000. The DLGF is estimated that at like 330,000. So I think you're going to be 350,000 or so short of what you otherwise would have anticipated. But, based on the size of your budget and your revenue, that's not going to be material. So I think business as usual for the next 2 years, and then just figuring out how you're going to utilize the new tools.
And what's the impact on the smaller towns?
I have not looked at any of your smaller towns, and I do not have any smaller towns in your county. But, we've seen towns and cities around the state that, depending on their size, they could be significantly underfunded, particularly on the public safety side. So again, it might come into play of that 0.4 for fire and EMS.
So is that distribution based on the population of that town then?
Population plus 20 times the square mile of their service area.
So Wolcottville has the county line going through the center of it. So is that population the LaGrange County population?
Should be the LaGrange County side, yes. But maybe a clarification point for the DLGF as they work through this. This legislation not well written. We've had lots of questions that we've put to legal counsel and bond counsel for different things, and they're like, yeah, that's a great question. It doesn't say. So should be, again, things that get cleaned up by the DLGF through legal analysis over the next 2 legislative sessions. But that's kind of the gist of what it is. And again, what I think is that continued push to property tax or to income tax away from property tax. I think potentially too, it is a setup to cause small cities and towns to unincorporate and just go back to being part of the county, to get rid of a whole lot of townships. We're already seeing townships starting to merge. Schools, I don't have any school clients, so I don't know the impact of them other than, what I hear is it's harsh, and potentially we're going to see schools start to merge together for the first time in many decades. And maybe that's part of the push of the legislature, because, you know, they never really did implement the, what was that, the Kernan Shepherd report, which was to get rid of all the townships. I don't know if this is more of a starve them out and make them go away.
So my first thought goes to the employees, because if we're going to go away from property tax and they're getting a $300 credit, plus they may hit the 1% tax cap on their property taxes, but we're going to impose almost up to 2.9% income tax. You take an employee that makes $50,000, I'm just going to round up to $3. That's $1,500, and they're getting a $300 property tax credit. So we're going to have to prepare. I mean, if we do, you know, you impose 2.9% and we're able to do 3%, that's not a raise. I mean, we're going to have to put ourselves into what can we do to help, because the property tax offset isn't going to match what they're going to be charged in income tax. And on top of it, I mean, it's just something we have to think about going forward, because those numbers to me aren't going to offset.
They're not. I mean, they are creating winners and losers. And anytime you do anything between property tax and income tax, you create winners and losers, those that are property tax poor and income rich, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's not equivalent.
And that is what the legislature chose to do. And again, like I say, this is the second time in 15 years we've seen them make a major push that way. I don't get it, but they obviously believe that income tax is more fair than property tax.
That may be, but I mean, that just seems like a big hit all at once instead of increments or something that maybe, and they have time to change it. I realize that, but it just seems like it's going to be a large hit when it happens.
Yeah, they took a big swing.
And remember, current income tax, county income tax rate is 1.65, so it's not 2.9 on new, it's the difference.
So we're up to the 2.9 max total. It's not an additional.
No.
Yeah.
Everything today goes
Makes
away.
me feel a little better.
And today you could go up to 3.75 because you could have done 2.5% for expenditure rates, public safety lit, correctional facility lit, certified shares, economic development, EMS. And then you could go up to 1.25% for property tax relief if you wanted to give property tax relief via income tax. So now the legislature's kind of forced that away. You're no longer going to be able to use income tax to give property tax relief, but they've driven down the property tax side with their credits.
But today at the 1.65, we could only go to the 2.9. It's not an additional. It's just the difference in between.
In the new, yes.
In the way it's
total
written.
will be 2.9.
Okay. That helps a little bit with trying to balance the numbers in my mind, but still.
And today, that amount that you could go to for expenditures is only 2.5. So actually, operationally, it puts you in a better position for flexibility because you can issue up to 2.9 to help with operational costs of all these different units of government in your county, including you.
Yeah, again, I see the value of starting the discussions because there is going to be a myriad of questions.
I think it's better, like you said, to have that discussion now. And then when they do make changes, at least we have something in mind to react to the changes instead of starting from zero at July 1, 2027. That's not a lot of time between then and October 1st to decide what you want to do.
No,
On the analysis you provided, you did the 1.2%. Did you put correct?
I did the 1.2, I did 1.4 for fire and EMS. I did 0.05 for each of the smaller units of government, township, library, in your case would be solid waste district. Then did the 1.2 for the small cities and towns.
But the 1.2 for small cities and towns doesn't come into play in LaGrange County, is that correct?
It does.
it does, yeah.
the 1.2 for 2.8 cities and towns does not come into play.
Okay.
And that separates the tax base. So mathematically, yours will actually be easier because we know the county's local income tax base. And that 1.2 for the small cities and towns would be spread countywide. And then you can decide as the county to take up to 75% of that.
And we can give as little as 25%
As
to
little
those
as
cities.
25% to them.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
So what you're saying is we as a council have to make some major decisions over the next 2 years that's going to affect this county in major ways.
Mhm.
Yes. It'll be completely different methodology, completely different distribution formulas.
Hope you all are ready for the ride.
But the good thing is, you know, today you're showing that you have more than enough capacity to cover, which again makes sense because you only imposed 1.65% and you could be at 2.5 today. So you've been conservative. You've only implemented what you've needed to provide for those operations. And you're, again, in the future, I think poised to be in a good position of having income tax capacity and reserve and fulfilling all the functions you need.
Well, again, it's how do you eat an elephant principle, one bite at a time. So the sooner we can get started on this, I think the better off we are.
Prepare for the storm
Mm-hmm.
before it gets here.
Exactly. So when do you buy an umbrella?
I got one in the truck.
Good.
When you talked about the 20 times, how does that work? For,
That's another data set that doesn't.
I mean, because you look at like we're a North Wade Board of Michigan, you can't go 20 times the area up here.
It'll be 20 times the square mileage of their service area. So if township has, 1 square mile that it serves, it'll be 20 times 1 plus their population. That'll be their data point versus the total of everybody that's sharing in that pool. The population that they serve, 20 times their square miles served. And that'll get the percentage of 15%, 12%.
Ones like one of our townships, they gotta be.
A township is 6 by 6 miles.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they go outside their areas or if they serve just inside their area.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap that around my head.
Yeah, because, we'll have fire protection territories or fire districts that will serve multiple townships and exclude the cities and towns inside, or some overlap, tax them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Because all of ours are volunteers, so it's like I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Is how do you do that?
Yeah.
They're all multiple mutual aid things.
We'll not look at, I shouldn't say that. We don't know how the DLGF will treat it, but I would say they won't look at mutual aid and they'll go to the tax structure. So if Township A pays a fire protection tax levy and it goes to that volunteer fire department and you allocate it, it will be whatever that tax block is, the population in it and the square miles. And that'll be its proportion.
Seems like I have a lot of overlapping on the.
Well, there shouldn't be because the tax record should not overlap. You should not have fire taxes overlapping. You'll have park that overlaps, city and county park. You'll have police and sheriff that overlap. But yeah, fire should never overlap. It should either be township, city or town, or fire district. And any of those entities can form a fire territory. But again, shouldn't be any overlap on that. But it is hard in some of those instances where you have a unit of government or a fire territory that covers multiple parts of different townships. Finding that square mile service area, I've even asked, some of the fire people and they're like, don't know. So another data set that needs to be built, and I would not be surprised if that's not one that the DLGF pushes back to the legislature and says, We have no way of knowing that. Just make it population. But yeah, until we have, new guidance, that's what it says today.
Because theoretically, a fire department can say they claim this much, like 20 square miles, and then another fire department, Ohio Fire Department, overlaps, and they're claiming that part. We don't know.
Yeah,
No,
and I've had
the fire areas are pretty
now
well
they are.
defined right now.
Yeah,
Right
and
now.
I've had fire chiefs give me that exact example. They're like, well, we don't tax those people, but we provide because we're the first
Right.
call
Mm-hmm.
because they can't cover it. And I'm like, that's all well and good, but the DLGF will look at the tax records. Whoever pays the taxes for that service, I assume that's how they'll count population in square miles.
Yeah. Then I'm
That's
thinking
good.
like Topeka, part of their district goes into Noble County.
Yeah, we trust.
So, yeah, we cross over.
Yeah, like Johnson's.
Walk, Johnson Fire Department.
Johnson is the same way.
You'll have Orange Township.
And Orange? Yep.
So in theory, would Noble County collect tax revenue from the south end of town for Wilkensville, because they're in their counties?
Yes.
But the town is in our jurisdiction.
Yes. So it should, yeah.
So
The
they would
income
get-
tax should stop at the county
In
line,
theory.
and then it be proportioned out.
Right.
Yeah, so Wolcottville should get an income tax distribution or whoever provides that fire protection from both counties, proportionate to their share.
That's also gonna fall into the taxing realm too, as well as, because it will be up to these guys to fund their tax needs, but they're also gonna get taxed from Noble County because half the town is in Noble County. So,
And
They
again,
can
that would
have-
be
They
a
can have
good,
a different tax rate in Noble County
yeah,
than they could in LaGrange.
yes. And that would be a good thing for a Wolcottville to come to you and say, hey, we need this from you, we need this
I
from
can just
Noble.
see that,
Yeah.
that aspect of it.
That's why we need to start this now.
How it's split down the middle.
And
Because
it's,
we have jurisdiction from the building department, planning and other things like that. We have full jurisdiction of the whole town in the Noble County. But they can potentially have a different tax rate and their needs are gonna be, it's gonna get, the waters will get muddied there. for
well, they have been for 100 years.
sure. Yeah. And I think it's always talking about when you see these towns unincorporated, go back into the county.
Wolcottville could do that.
Mhm.
The way it's written now, it will destroy.
Yep.
I can see that.
Because
I can see that
They
happening.
don't meet their funding.
I see that happening.
They'd be
Yeah.
better off.
Yes.
To be honest, they struggle.
Clear as mud?
Yes.
Do you have any more questions that we? Anybody, anything?
I'm at the point where I know enough that I don't know what I'm supposed to be asking you.
Again, like I said, I think the thumbnail is 26 and 27. Real consistent revenue to where you're at today. I would not change anything drastically. And again, just gear up for making these changes in 27 so that you have knowledge that you can make good decisions once you get to the middle of 27. You don't have any large capital projects, anything you're looking at bonding, right?
Yes,
Potentially.
potentially.
Okay. Do you want to give me a thumbnail and I can kind of talk you through what some of those changes are and how you were going to pay for it? Or I can just give you the thumbnail and you can see whether it hits your MO of what you're thinking of doing.
New highway garage,
Yes.
but I don't know the cost.
Okay.
Probably somewhere between 50
Um,
and 70.
So one of the other things with this income tax is it is going to be subject to annual action of the fiscal body to renew it year to year. Well, that ruins it as a revenue stream that we would potentially and have in the past issued bonds against. The income tax stream was always good because it was there until rescinded. And if you issued bonds secured by it, you weren't allowed to pull the revenue stream back until such bonds were paid off. Legislature's done away with that. They put in a clause that, basically whatever income tax is needed to service the debt on those bonds under the new structure that were secured by the old will be replaced mandatorily. I think that will satisfy the market for the old bonds. But for new bonds that you want to pay for with income tax, you will not be able to pledge the income tax stream unless they change that. And that'll be one of the first things that will be pushed forward the next session to change, is that tax stays in place until rescinded. But if you need to issue a debt and you want to pay it from income tax, it'll need to be secured with property taxes. So again, when we get back into the property tax side, you have a general obligation bond cap, which is equivalent to 1/3 of 2% of your assessed value. You can issue GO bonds up to that point. If you want to either preserve those amounts or the amount that you're going to spend is above that, then we do lease rental bonds where we have a building corp. And I think your jail was probably lease rental bonds.
Yes, it was.
So you had the building corporation actually issues the debt. And this is what schools do, because there are no schools that have a large enough tax base to get their facilities under that 2% bond cap. So they have a building corporation. The building corporation actually issues the debt in the form of the bonds, and the structure is leased from between the county and the building corporation. You still levy the property taxes on the people. That gets paid to the lessee, who sends the money to the lessor of the building corporation, and they pay the bondholders. So just a note of caution is, if you think you're paying for it from your existing income tax revenue stream, you can still do that, but you do need to know that you're going to have to pledge the property tax. And depending on how much coverage we can show bond counsel, you may have to go through the property tax procedures. So if you're into a petition remonstrance or a referenda type situation, if you draw a petition, that could change things. So if you have a specific project and you get numbers put together, talk to us about that, and we'll help you determine the path of least resistance to get it to market with good interest rates. And again, like I say, with less opportunity, I guess, to have it killed by a petition of the taxpayers. Lots of things they've done.
Where's that at on the calendar?
Is it on the calendar yet? Nothing really set yet. Still
Last I
looking at
heard there was some drawings being done.
you
We
working.
ran into an engineering snafu. The one that was drawing it had some medical issues. So we're currently trying to get a different engineer to do it. So we don't have, ran out a firm number of what it, we think it's even.
We're looking at 27, 28.
Yeah, it'll probably happen about the same time all this other
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just, put it on the.
Keep it interesting. Is there anything more you have for us, Jeff?
No, yeah.
To ask.
Unless you want to throw more questions, yeah, we can. But like I say, that's kind of where I think you're at today. And again, like I say, be comfortable. You're in a good position.
That's good.
Which, yeah, we've had the legislature do other things that, put you in bad positions over time.
Yes.
So for some of the other counties that you work with, are we in a lot better position than some, or?
You are, and particularly because you were under your income tax rate from what the cap was. Those clients we've had that were at their rate, they were struggling to make ends meet then. They still are today under the new legislation. They may be a little bit better with that 1.2 that you can levy countywide and only share 25% with the cities and towns. That way they can take more into the county coffers and do some more things. And if you would look at that number, you guys have a huge amount of capacity for anything that you wanted to do.
Don't say that too loud.
Lot to think about, a lot to process.
And yeah, anything that you come up with question wise, yeah, just fire them off. And
How will it all impact the school districts? And
I do not have any school clients, and I don't know, other than, I know they're no longer getting the income tax. They can't get a new income tax distribution. I don't know how they're backfilling that. I don't know. I assume they altered the school funding formula, but I don't know exactly how that worked out.
Referendums.
Again, property tax.
Yeah, some of the new debt rules they also put in place are if you have a debt service rate at a certain level today and you want to go issue a debt, you might automatically have to go to referenda, whether you draw a taxpayer petition or not, which I think will dissuade a lot of smaller units of government from issuing debt. Again, that's why I think it's kind of the push to abolish them. And some of the school systems will be in that same situation. They won't be able to build projects without referenda straight off the bat, which is something we haven't seen before. Normally it took an active petition in order to drive it to the referendum process.
Yeah. Well, I think of the school incorporation push that was in the 1960s and what it forced them to do. And originally LaGrange County had one school system that covered the whole county.
a long bus ride.
It was a long bus ride, but they had this system of one-room schools. But then the incorporation push that created Lakeland and Prairie Heights and Westview. Yeah. Well, Jeff, I appreciate you coming up. It is good to see you again. I think back, I may be the only one on the council that has been here going back to yeah. Say what, Sunday? When we hired you and your firm, and I look back and that was one of the wiser decisions that we've made.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are one of my first clients, and I'm working on 31 years now.
I haven't been on the council quite like that long.
It's been a long time.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think at this time we will break for lunch. And we'll start back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
We're unmuted.
I even turned my microphone on for you. It's 102.
Okay, we should be.
Okay, it's 1:02. I'm going to call the second half of this meeting to order for budget hearings. So first on budget presentation. So the first on the agenda for the afternoon of budget presentations is the prosecutor.
That's page 89, folks.
'89.
Okay, good afternoon. Now that it seems everybody has found that, just to kind of start off, there's really two issues to discuss, I feel. One of them may be a little bit smaller than the other. The first point, maybe the easier one, there is still work towards equalizing the pay for like positions. Of note, in my office, we have a ticket clerk and a front desk position that currently pay $22.44 an hour. And we also have clerk and secretary positions currently in my office, $22.58 an hour. And while it's only just a small amount, that does add up over the year. And it's just one of those things. There are, again, like positions, doing like work, and I'm trying to get those equalized. That way there's no kind of, I guess, resentment feelings or anything else like that that unnecessarily needs to affect work. That's one of the issues. The other, and perhaps a little bit more difficult, is I am requesting for an additional deputy prosecutor this year. And I do realize that it is a tough time to be making that ask, especially with the way that everything has been coming out, financially speaking, with the state and across our country, actually, too. But kind of an important thing to note in looking at this and kind of making the assessments. Indiana Prosecuting Attorney Council has provided all of the prosecutors' offices across the state with an analysis report that kind of takes a review and a study of the positions currently in their office, and then they look at the caseloads as well as the statutory requirements that our office has as well, and the size, and they give us a rundown then of their analysis. And I did provide a copy, so you should have a copy of the pertinent section of that in the letter. I believe that's attachment A. And looking at their analysis after the caseload studies, as well as the 4D program and our other statutory required components that we have, they've assessed our office has a need for 6.74 prosecuting attorneys. So looking at that, and again, noting that our agencies have been growing, we have been at 3 for a long time, and our office has additionally tried to help throughout the county when possible. I know it's not a whole lot, but weights and measures, additionally ordinance violations, and other items like that. We try to help out and alleviate some of the other costs elsewhere that would be incurred. In addition to those, as I did say, our statutory requirements seem to be growing all the time. We are responsible for sexual assault response team, fatality review teams, even addition like the JRAC program that we've got to attend now as well. All of those obligations outside of the normal caseload that one might think. Additionally, looking at the potential consequences, just as kind of a cautionary tale, across the state, there's been noted not just attorney shortages, but prosecuting attorney shortages as well. I did add in with our letter an attachment C, which discusses the Howard County murder charge that was dismissed due to short staffing. this is something that I don't want to see in our county. And speaking to that, we have tried to look at all of our cases that we file with a sharper eye. And some of our cases or potential cases could be, we aren't filing those because of the toll that it would take on our judicial system. Right now, especially driving while suspended, operating never licensed, for example, those are cases that at any time you could go out here and the number of driving while suspended or operating never licensed, it would really, I think, blow your mind to know how many are out there operating. And our flock cameras do an excellent job of picking up all of those. We can adjust the settings and everything. But with that said, if we filed all of those cases that presented, our Monday mornings would be extremely, they would turn into afternoons, would turn into then push the afternoon and the evening and continue on. So with that said, we do try to look at those and see if there's other ways that we can resolve those without burdening our judicial system. I don't want to see that move to more serious cases. I don't think that that's what we're put in this position for. With that said, I think that there are, fortunately, some creative ways that we can try to add an additional deputy prosecutor and keep that cost down. And I'm looking at adding the position for a full 100% child support prosecutor. Okay, this would allow us to maximize the 2/3 reimbursement because it would be 100%, but not only the direct reimbursement, but we also would qualify for a higher percentage for indirect reimbursement as well. This relates to the IT, this relates to any other support reimbursements that we can include on there. We work with the company that helps us maximize those as well. And because we'd have 100% prosecutor attached to that, we would get higher indirect reimbursement as well. I understand that it still may be a financial difficulty with how things are progressing. So I would like to extend the offer that I can assist with the payment for this as well. I do have funds in my deferral fund that I could use so that it would make it a little bit easier on the county overall to incorporate this. And then finally,
excuse me, how much funds would you have available?
I believe approximately around 30 to 40
per year.
Yes,
Now you're using some of that now on some of the employees filling in.
that's correct. That's correct. Yes. And that's one of those things that if we have the ability to help out and make it more tenable for the rest of the county, then we want to do that. The other thing, and I know that this is one of those issues, but in the analysis report, it does also speak to the, I guess, number of public defenders that we have as well. And now that we've established the public defender's office, they are working together as they should, doing their due diligence on the cases, and they're communicating, they're strategizing. We are having more trials than we've had before. And it really does come to play out when it comes to the time that the prosecutor's office needs to spend allocated to those, preparing for trial, preparing for resolutions of the case and other hearings that we have coming up. We've got 5 public defenders at this point in time, and we have 3 prosecutors. It puts a tremendous toll when we have the other statutory requirements and the 4D program that we've got to take care of as well.
The reimbursement that you would get for the position, about 2/3, do you foresee that being something that's ongoing in the future?
That continues on, yes, as long as there's no change to the federal program.
Right, who knows, right? Okay, but you haven't heard of anything coming down the line right now? that it
Not
would
at
go
this
away?
point, no.
All right, thank you.
But am I correct? That has been in place for a number of years, has it not?
That has been in place for a number of years, and that is you know, the 2/3 amount that is reimbursable is linked to performance measures as well across the state. And so as long as the prosecutor offices across the state are still maintaining and able to, I guess, perform as needed, then that financial support stays in place. There is a question of when those offices aren't able to do that, there might be changes, there might be funding withheld or something. I don't know that we've got any kind of indication that that's going to happen.
What has changed for your department due to us now having a public defender board?
At this point in time, we are starting to see, as I kind of hinted at, we're kind of seeing more communication in our public defenders, more discussion about strategy, I guess, when there's issues, senior advisement, there's assistance with that. There's not the same, I think the level of representation has gone up, and I anticipate that will continue as the office continues to kind of form, and once they get in their new location and they have the kind of a meeting space and some of those others, I think we'll continue to see that kind of congeal, if you will.
So you last year went from X number of trials to this year with X number of trials.
Our trial calendar is extremely full. Leading up to this hearing, we had a extremely serious case that was set for trial that looked like it was going to go kind of last minute. It looked like it was going to be resolved. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And so it is reset now. And then coming up at the end of this month, we have another high-level offense, attempted murder trial that is moving forward. And in between there, upstairs, we had another high-level offense. And those are 3 weeks right in a row where we've got 3 extremely high-level offenses that we've got trial on. So I would say that, yes, our trial calendar has been extremely full, and I don't foresee that slowing down.
This is kind of switching gears a little bit, but you and I had talked and about, you want to talk a little bit more about this Adobe Acrobat, because that's a new item of $3,200.
Sure.
How that's going to be utilized, why that's important.
So one of the items, especially of note that assists with or would assist with, is kind of discovery process. Oftentimes we need to make filings, or we need to turn over documents or receive documents that have, I guess, redactions in them. And our current software that we have, Paperport, the functionality of the PDF system through Paperport hasn't been very good to begin with, and doesn't seem to be getting any better, and is not going to be improved upon. It is entirely burdensome to try to make those redactions through the process that we have with Paperport, and it is really wasting a lot of time that we could use elsewhere. And so that's kind of in keeping with more efficient use of our work time, and that's why we're making the request for that. I think it is something that potentially other offices may at some point in the future look to, but with that said, just as it speaks to ours, that would greatly increase our efficiency and ability to largely work with discoveries, but other matters as well.
It's something I thought about in conjunction, the conversation I had in your office. With that particular software, do you get multiple licenses with that so that other offices could potentially share the software without having access to your documents?
So there is a cost that is associated with each license that we would request. And oftentimes with tech companies or other companies, if you do buy or if you intend to purchase more licenses, sometimes you can get a better deal. And so on. But at this point in time, we've checked with them and looking at a minimum of 8 licenses for those that would actually use it within our office. We'd be looking at a cost of $2,130.32. But again, you know,
Per
we
person or total?
total. But that wasn't speaking to if another office wanted to come on board as well, and if we could work a deal so that we could get a reduced cost. I can't say whether or not we could, but I mean, that potential does exist.
Mark, is that something that can be put on the server and licensed somehow that way?
I should have it in the additional room for it, but, I mean, for document management and stuff, I know, like child services use DocuWare, I don't know why we didn't open that up. We use that as a document manager versus an updated version of paperwork.
And I guess I'm not familiar with DocuWare.
Yeah.
I don't know the functionality, whether or not it has the ability for the PDF operations. Oftentimes with some of the document management systems that I've looked at least, they only have the ability to kind of store the PDFs as opposed to the full edits that would be required for the redaction.
Because with paperwork versus Adobe, so paperwork does have.
And I guess the other thing of note would be whether or not it functions with all of the systems that we have in our office. The child support system is a unique system, to say the least. It is still running on the old green screen DOS. And so it would have to have the ability to kind of integrate and work with that. And I think that's what we're looking here. Amy, is that correct?
This cost for DocuWare pretty big to get everything. All of the
Okay,
documents.
so it could be cost prohibitive as well.
The Adobe Acrobat Pro, when I checked on it before we did the budget, for 12 people, it came out to $266.29 per person. Of course, the more you got, the less. So I just put down 12 because we weren't thinking about child support needing it because they have DocuWare. And they have to have DocuWare.
Through the system. Okay. So it does look like with more, I mean, you get more bang for your buck, if you will, but yeah, from their angle, I don't know what difference it makes for just allowing a license, but.
Okay. So if you bring in an additional, would they be the ones on the child? Would they be the person to go there 100%, or would you get
Yes.
people around?
Yes, that they would be 100% child support, and we would do that largely so we would have that 2/3 reimbursable as well to maximize both that and the indirect amounts that we can reimburse us through the office too. But with that said, we do have other positions in our office that we still do the 2/3 reimburse, and I don't see that would change those.
Yeah. Now that if this person was 100% on child support, could they handle the entire child support load, or would they just be 100% there with others helping to help too?
There would be enough for them, yes, on that child support. Our child support program is one that we have taken large steps forward, and in speaking with Amy and kind of looking at the future and what we have coming forward, it is extremely hopeful to see the possibilities that we have there, and I want to keep that growing. I think it's been a valuable part of our, I guess, requirements that we fulfill, and additionally, it also does bring in funding, not just the reimbursements that we've talked about, but the overall funding. If you look at attachment B, this is one program that has an overall net positive benefit to the county. We're looking at a net positive of $36,639. And those were based on the 2024 incentive funds and reimbursements. So it is one program or one, I guess, that actually does kind of pay for itself and then some, fortunately.
What about office space for that new person? Is there room over there? And
Yes, we do have room. We've got an office that would fit that purpose, yes.
And what would the annual proposed salary be?
98,000.
Okay.
That's at the bottom of page 90.
And 2/3 of that is reimbursable.
Yes, yes, and I do apologize. It is a little bit confusing the way it's stated, but where it goes from one that is currently 40% reimbursable to now one that would be 100%, 2/3 reimbursable. But that's kind of an odd way of saying things, but yes, it would.
Is there any more questions for Travis?
how's that deferral fund? Is it, how much flows in a year? Do you know? I mean, is it healthy, ongoing?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have our current balance in that?
$133, does that sound about right? 133,000.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Travis.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Public Defender Board. It's 1:23. Good afternoon. As you know, we're kicking this thing off from scratch. So this last few months has been a lot of trial, error, and figuring things out. The budget we inherited from last year was one that the board had put together prior to me coming on full time. And so we've reallocated that and moved it around. And then we've been determining if we have money in the right places, if we have enough money in the right places. And so a lot of this year has been about feeling things out to make sure we put enough in the right buckets to make everything work. Another part of what we're doing is figuring out workflow, making sure that we understand how the work moves through the office and that we are addressing that appropriately. And of course, we're having to change some muscle memory. So we're working with our attorneys to get used to some new processes, working with the judges to get used to some new processes. So a lot of new things happening. And preparing for the proposal for next year's budget, I went through and tried to realistically right size each of our pockets or budget items in the budget to make sure that we're putting enough money in here to function, to have the office function properly, but not asking for, the moon on any given category. I feel like we've got, what I was shooting for is trying to stay about as neutral as possible. I know with all the budget problems going on across the state that money is not easy to come by. So we were shooting for trying to keep things as neutral as possible and try to keep it about where we were for last year. We came close. I do want to make a comment quickly, though, to make sure we're all on the same page. The litigation schedule, I don't believe, yes, there's things on the trial calendar. Part of the change that we're making, though, with the Public Defender Office is we're trying to keep cases moving at a more expeditious pace. And so there was, with contract defenders, I know in Steuben County was the same way. There was a tendency to kick cases out and keep kicking them out indefinitely. So we'd have cases that may be 2 or 3 years old because they just keep getting continued out for, on and on and on. And we're trying to increase the level of communication, increase the level of work on the cases up front and early so that we actually resolve cases sooner. Criminal Rule 4 was designed to try to get almost every case resolved within a year, ideally. And I think that that's not a terrible goal for us to hit. Getting misdemeanors resolved within 6 months, I think, is a reasonable goal for us to be shooting for. And by doing that, we can, especially with more serious cases, reduce the sheriff's load because we get people adjudicated. And if they're convicted of something, they go to DOC and they're not on our jail rosters. We get cases resolved on probation or whatever. We can try to minimize the amount of pressure on the sheriff, minimize the pressure on the court's dockets by not having so many cases coming back over and over again while new cases are coming in. So yes, I think the trial calendar is busy. The 3 cases that Travis mentioned were all my cases. But I want to make it clear that it's not the goal of the new public defender office to suddenly ramp up a bunch of trials for trial's sake. Some cases are triable and some cases are not. And if there's a legitimate issue that we need to zealously advocate for a client, we'll do that. But for the most part, we're advising our clients and training and teaching our clients about the law to help them understand the true merits of their case. And the vast majority of cases will continue to be resolved by plea agreement because that's just the way most cases need to be resolved. So it's not a matter of being litigious or anything else. It's just a matter of some paradigm shifting to where we're trying to keep cases moving in a shorter time period and not have 3 or 4 or 5-year-old cases pending on the docket. Another change that I proposed, and I did this with great fear and trembling. We are asking for that 3rd position that we had asked for previously. Partly is because the current 2 positions we have, one is a clerk position, which is a lower position, and then we have a paralegal position that's a higher position, and that's reflected in the salaries. Almost from day one, both of my staff people have been functioning in that paralegal role. They've been doing essentially the same work. We've assigned 3 attorneys each. We do have an attorney that does Chin's work predominantly at a lower contract level. So there's 3 attorneys assigned to each of the staff people, and they handle basically case management duties where they're handling communication flow, client communication, calendaring, preparing for docket days, and they're both functioning in the same capacity. So in terms of asking for the 2nd paralegal position, we're asking for that primarily to compensate the 2 staff people we already have at the same level because they're doing the same work. In asking for the additional clerk position, the clerk position is already there. By asking for the 2nd paralegal position, we're opening that position up, and that position would be predominantly especially with our new office space that is almost ready, handling walk-in traffic, handling communications, telephone, so that it frees up the paralegals to focus more on working through documents and case management issues, and less on the phones and dealing with outside communication issues or administrative tasks that support me in administrative functions. So that's the ideal ask. I think the original numbers I submitted, we actually shaved another 5,000 out of those numbers because I didn't know we had another supplemental fund that Ms. Hopper helped me understand better. And so we applied 5,000 from that fund, which is reimbursement money for CPS cases. We're going to be utilizing that for conflict counsel and issues there. So I took money out of the juvenile public defender expense fund on the general budget. I took 5,000 out of that because we're going to use 5,000 from the supplemental fund instead, which is money that is reimbursement money. So we got down to less than $20,000 more than last year on our part of the budget. But in all candor, obviously, by adding another employee, there will be the additional costs associated with benefits and things that are not accounted for in my budget. So there would be a little bit more of an increase over last year. I will say adding the 3rd person to our staff has an additional benefit of increasing the case limits that our contract attorneys can take on by having adequate staffing in the office. It does increase there's 2 different case limits. One is for adequate staffing, one's for inadequate staffing. The 3rd person would get us in the adequate category. which means then by adding that person, we're not having to add an attorney anytime soon to cover increasing caseloads. Right now, we're covering our caseloads, and I anticipate that will be the case for the next few years, barring a massive increase in filings that are public defender appointments. So we would be able to not have to have expensive personnel addition by having the adequate staffing at the office. I would note too, we transitioned Leah Close from hourly to a smaller contract than the other contractors, but that was based on the anticipated caseloads for the CHINS cases. That helps us quite a bit. We're going to come in about the same and maybe even save a little bit of money over the hourly. But from my standpoint, it helps me know exactly how much we're paying for that CHINS position. The fear, I don't know that it's a reality all the time. I don't want to, accuse anybody of anything, but the fear we have with hourly billing is that, when you're having a bad month, you just suddenly you work a few more hours on the case. And so when we have someone who's our primary CHINS go-to person, I wanted that person on a stable contract. So we have a sum certain that we know we're paying for them and I have to worry about fluctuating hourly billing from month to month. And I had talked with her about it and she was amenable to doing that. So we did put her on a flat contract so that we're managing that cost and keeping it stable and predictable.
Excuse me, can you tell me where that is on your budget?
That would be the juvenile public defender contract, account 31010 for $30,000.
Halfway down.
Okay. And while I've got you interrupted, you're talking about a second paralegal. Is that incorporated in the $98,790 request? You have a paralegal 1.
Yes, it's
So it's 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
And that second position was exactly the same rate as this current year's paralegal position. So we're not asking for an increase on the amount of compensation. It's just two paralegals the exact same rate as this year.
Is any portion of your budget reimbursed by the state?
A lot of it. Well, I say a lot of it. So there's the 40% reimbursement, but because
40?
Because we're yes, that's the number, but it's only for reimbursable costs. Not all of our costs are reimbursable. So because we're not part of the pilot program for the misdemeanor reimbursement program, representation associated with misdemeanors is not reimbursable. The reimbursement request that we file every quarter, the spreadsheet we complete, has auto calculations built into it. So it automatically identifies the misdemeanor cases and the associated attorneys and staff, and it adjusts for that. So on average, we're getting a little over 30%, 30 to 31, 32% of our total is being reimbursed after you net out the costs associated with the non-reimbursable expenses. So it's sounds great to say 40%, but it's a little deceptive. So I wanted to correct the actual number is really down in the like 31, 32%. Now I've got to check with Derek Mason for sure to make sure there's not this misdemeanor problem with the building. But I believe based on last conversations that the full amount of the rebuild or the remodel that's taking place will be reimbursable at the 40% rate, but it will be amortized over a 10-year amortization. So there'll be 40 quarters of reimbursement to cover the full cost of the remodel for the project over at the Justice Center. And then on an ongoing basis, we'll be able to calculate the square footage of the remodeled space that's associated with the public defender office, and then figure out what percentage of the total building that square footage is. And we'll be able to get 40% reimbursement for the utility and maintenance costs of the building for that pro rata amount of the building. So there's some additional stuff that we'll be able to collect and get reimbursement for as well.
So the cost for the county to remodel the basement into offices is being paid back over a 10-year period.
At 40% rate, yes.
I don't remember hearing that 10-year period before. I thought it was all reimbursed when we did.
Well, like I said, I can check. I know there's some things that they can reimburse all at once, and then there's, my understanding was there's a kind of a cost threshold that they then amortize it out. I can certainly get back with you with, any kind of, if there's any change to that, but my understanding was with the level of, expense that we're dealing with, that it was gonna be on an amortized basis. So let me check on that to see, because if we can get all at once, obviously time value, we want it now if we can get it.
Yeah, does anybody else remember the 10-year?
No.
No, I don't.
Otherwise, we're covered pretty well. Case wise, one of the expenses we have reduced is, with our juvenile cases, we were farming a lot of cases out to non-contract attorneys on an hourly basis. Managing caseloads, we've found that we can handle those cases without going over our limits with our contract attorneys. So we're prioritizing the use of our contract attorneys to keep them at capacity, without going out and incurring additional hourly expenses for other cases. So that's helped us reduce a significant amount of billing that we were paying out before. So otherwise, any other questions from the council?
Thank you.
You said that other additional paralegal is going to be the same as the same salary as the current one?
Yes, we didn't change anything other than just adding the position, but it's exactly the same as this year's.
Plus a 3% increase.
What's that now?
Plus a 3% increase?
I put the same numbers in because my understanding was we were staying par.
This
so-
my math is wrong.
Let me just, I know where you're going.
Thank you.
The position didn't start January 1. That's why the amount budgeted
There you
is
go.
Okay.
less, because it didn't start till like end of January, I believe, or end of February. So,
Saved by the bell.
yeah, if you look at the 25 figure, that's not correct.
It didn't work.
No, it wasn't computing.
Knew where that was going, so.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll have the coroner.
$105.
This is going to be a dead point.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Really, the only change I have over the, wait till you get to your pages, right? Sorry, I want to get going too fast.
105.
Oh, it's going the wrong way.
Figures.
Control number 2.
Yeah, no, my numbers are correct.
The biggest change I have is my toxicology. The company that we sent that out to, in May, they raised their prices from $415 to $435, which is a $20 increase. So we budget for 25 autopsies a year. So that adds an extra $500 to the budget for 26, besides the 3% I added for myself and the chief deputy coroner, which I don't know if those go through or not, but I added those. Other than that, that's the only change to my budget. So.
All right.
Appreciate it. Any questions? Anything?
Business
I wrote down a
is
whole
bad,
bunch of stuff just in case you guys ask me questions. So,
Business is bad, I hope.
yes, it is down. So, and I'm okay with that. So,
I have a question. I think,
Okay.
I'm trying to remember if I remember correctly from last year. I was thinking there was something about, and we'll call them interns, that's it, people that are wanting to go into the medical profession that might go out on calls.
yes.
There
So
was- and there
as our new people come in, they go with us. So they're being trained alongside. So as the coroner that is taking the call, they have the new coroner that is training. So they added in a budget to be able to pay them. So it used to be that only one of them got paid. So as the coroner was there, that was taking the call, they would turn in their claim to be paid, and the person that was learning didn't get anything. So we've added, last year, they added that in that they also get paid.
So is
to do
that person an employee? The one that's
Yes.
going along? Okay, so
Yes.
then they have opportunity for counseling if they come upon something that's
Yes.
more than they
Yeah.
anticipated. Okay, that's what
Yeah.
I was
Yep.
wondering.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's it. All right. You guys have any questions? Let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, veteran services.
106.
Good morning. I guess maybe it's afternoon.
It is, but it's
Um,
still morning in Hawaii.
I could be as brief as the coroner, or I could make it a little longer. Normally, I give you guys kind of an update, a report on the previous year's activities. I can't do that this year because the fiscal year 24 geographic distribution of expenditures, the GDX, has not been made publicly available yet. I can tell you that 24 and 25 have been good years in terms of assisting veterans, surviving spouses with receiving health care, compensation, pension, and related services. Let's correct the budget. Pretty much the same as last year. I raised my postage budget $10 and lowered my printing budget $40, and everything else stayed the same. I'd like to talk just a little bit about the travel and mileage line item. That's it. When I began this job in 2002, that budget line was $1,500. That's $1,200 now. But just before I came down here, I Googled the average gas price in 2002 when I began, and it was $1.38. And the Indianapolis average hotel rate was $84.79. What happened is IDVA decided they weren't going to train us the way they had historically done. So they cut the training down from about 8 days a year to 2. So that resulted in a lawsuit that I think I talked to you a little bit last year about, Hamilton County versus IDVA. Well, the judge found in favor of Hamilton County. IDVA appealed it, and the appellate court upheld the decision of the previous ruling. So now that's all in the appellate process. So, and I don't know what's going to happen with training, but the legislature got involved and passed Senate Bill 433. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. Some of you probably. And depending on how IDVA decides to interpret and administer this bill, the director is to prepare and conduct service officer training schools with the voluntary aid and assistance of the service staffs of the major veterans organization. I don't know how that's going to take place, whether they'll go back to a full week in June and a couple days in the fall, or what they'll do. But I left the budget the same because, I have not expended that $1,200 historically. So I have been turning in some claims for federal benefits training administered by the American Legion. They do provide federal benefits training, excuse me, at their conferences that they have quarterly. But one of the things that this Senate Bill 433 does is that the director, conductor, selected designee to conduct biannual public meetings with the executive of each county. So I don't know how that's going to happen, or we'll just have to wait and see. But This GDX report that's not out yet, if anybody wants to see it, I've been told it'll probably be out in October. Just let me know and I'll make sure you get a copy of it. It will tell you the money that comes into LaGrange County through the efforts of this office. Anybody have any questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Alan.
you.
Good to see you.
I appreciate what you do. Just saying.
Right. Hey Kathy, what's the gazebo?
What's what?
Maintenance for the gazebo?
Maintenance department, he also has a gazebo fund.
Oh, okay.
So
He's
Gary.
not here.
He's here.
Gary is
He's
here.
here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, with the
Gary is
hat.
He's hiding. All right. He did.
Fall asleep back there or what?
Man, that first guy before lunch, I did fall asleep. I lost my interest. Yeah. Good afternoon. Pretty much everything is except for there towards the bottom, where you see I have pest control down there. That went up $120 more. They upped the price on me this year. But everything else is the same. I am asking a 3% raise for my employees and myself. But I'm keeping everything else the same as of last year. However, I do want to bring to your attention, I was approached by a NIPSCO customer last Friday. And they asked me if I had received an email from NIPSCO saying their rates is gonna go up, electric rates is gonna go up. I said, no, I did not receive that. So, their rates have gone up 16%, starting July 1st. Had I known that before I turned my budget in way back then, I would have increased my budget for my utilities fund by at least 15%. You know, so.
Did they send you a load of blankets for about November 1st?
So it kind of bums me out a little bit.
Well, I was gonna ask you about that because you actually reduced it by $3,000.
I did reduce that by $3,000. Only, I was able to do some encumbrance for one of the NIPSCO bills last year. I had a little bit of money left over and I encumbered that over.
And it's my understanding that NIPSCO got rate increases for the next 3 years. So it's not just this year.
So it's next year too, and then I'm gonna read.
So what figure would you put in there for utilities?
I would add another, well, I did some
16.
calculations here. Hang on, I'll tell you real quick, just to be on the safe side here.
Just give me one second.
Yeah, you can take Jason's
Yeah,
23.
I'll give you my 23.
All right.
That's what I need.
It's already going in my Bahama fund.
I would try 160,
160?
because I don't want to come back and ask permission for a raise.
We don't want you to either.
I don't want to do that.
January 1.
Yeah. Let's turn the temperature down here every other month. Oh, let's
Yeah.
not lose some candy, man. Yeah, so also too, I think you've all received a letter of one of the projects that I want to get accomplished first next year. I don't know if you've been upstairs or this building here, the next building, how I redid the upstairs. All new lighting, new ceiling tile, new bathroom, ADA compliant. This is what I want to do on this first floor here, the annex building. You know, the building's 41 years old now, and I think it's time to upgrade. Ceiling tile, LED lighting, all the offices have been done. Everything's done except the hallway. And one of the things I want to get accomplished next year, first next year, is get this hallway done. That's new LED lighting, move ceiling tile is outdated, and ADA compliant, make sure the bathrooms are all up to date. So I did get a cost on that. I invited 2 contractors aboard, and one that you guys could cheap.
I don't recall seeing that.
Yeah, I didn't see one in the packet. I thought there was one in here.
Nada.
It
But
might be,
where are you budgeting money for that, Gary? That would be,
Coming out of the maintenance, coming out of capital improvement maintenance fund.
so that would be Cume Cap Development.
oh, that'd be
Put it in
Cume Cap.
Development.
Okay,
If you look over on page 4, I believe. Maintenance, yeah, about middle of the page, 27,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
put that into Cume Cap Development.
okay. Very good. I see it.
It is in here, but not under your section of
Yep.
the commissioners.
Just I just wanted to make sure that it was covered somewhere while we're doing this. And while we're taking care of your NIPSCO bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Well, like that, pretty easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, council budget, do we need to do anything there?
Up to you.
Looks good.
It's on page 122. I did 3% on that one for you.
Well, thank you.
You guys didn't do the budget.
I'll let Kathy do the budget. She does the work.
Way to go, Terry. I mean.
Other than some travel, mileage, membership and dues, you guys don't have much of anything else in your budget.
Okay. Edit.
So edit, let's see what page we're on.
Forgot to look where that is.
It's in here.
I know. Are we talking redevelopment?
No,
I'm looking.
edit would be Fund 1112. Hang on just a moment, let me find your page. Oh, it's at the very end, 138, 139.
This fund, is that an income tax? I don't remember.
It is. an
So
income
this will go away?
It will go away.
Okay.
In 28.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happens to the balance of that fund?
I'm assuming they'll just spend it down.
So we'll hold on to it, but we can just keep cutting it.
That's, I don't know for sure what legislation is going to do, but usually that's what they do. No money goes into it, but spend it down type thing. You have a capital improvement plan that directs the spending of this. The edit committee gets together and sets that plan up. It is due for redoing this year. Has to be done before the end of this year for spending 26 in the next 5 years. But there's a plan that's developed for this. You give 15,000 to the 4 towns, 4 unincorporated towns. I kept that the same.
I see that.
No, under the new, in 28, that was gotta go away for them too.
Yes.
$15,000.
Which is, if you can implement an income tax then for that, if you want to do that. See, there's a lot of moving parts to that new legislation.
So is this where we were looking at helping with the pickleball courts?
Yes.
Yes.
That was, what was said. I can get that advertised for the September meeting.
Okay. Okay, is there any more questions on the edit, glancing over it? All right, if not, I'll turn it over to the convention and visitors recreation. Ryan?
Any clue where that's at? Is it-
Page 125. We thought you had it all memorized.
Oh, man.
San Cinco.
And that's all it is.
Oh, okay.
Phil contacted me and he increased the amounts.
Yeah, I think we moved it to 2 million.
That is correct.
You did.
Yeah. So yeah, not much. I mean, obviously the big change there is a additional 3% increase that went into effect in August 1. So that'll take a little bit of time to catch up, as you know, it's kind of a mess because there's current bookings and anyway, we always put in a number that's somewhat over what we think the collection's going to be, and so we don't have to come back for additionals. So I think we put in 2 million for this year.
We pass through exactly what we collect. So
Yes.
if we only collect 1.5, that's all they'll be able
Yeah.
to get spent.
Okay. Sounds good. And looks like the final one. Kathy?
Before you do that, I wanted to go page 3, 4. We talked a little bit about CUMCAP development. So all of the requests for capital expenditures, if they were in parks and county general, starting right after page 2, you'll start seeing the letters. And I'm sure as you guys went through your book, you saw that, but they may ask for many things or vehicles, but I would mark CUMCAP development, and it's all in pages 3 and 4, the CUMCAP development budget. And that just alleviates county general, moving those over there to that fund. So if you have any questions, we've given everybody that asks a separate line. Capital purchases GIS, capital purchase safety committee, that kind of thing, so we can keep track of that. Questions on that? Okay. Starting on page 126. Kept the expenses mostly flat, other than wages. Reduced a few of the other expenditures. So asked for a 3% increase for all employees. And I also asked for, there's a supplemental pay that can be paid to the auditor that was in the same legislation that allowed the clerk to get the supplemental pay for the additional work above and beyond the regular duties, like the grant management has become a beast of its own. Keeping track of all of that.
I thought you enjoyed that.
I love it, but it's work. It is work. And then in page 127, this is buggy plates. And I have put in, this will change. So the office supplies, we put in 120,000 because we've discussed going with new plates, new metal plates, because we haven't had them for a number of years. I believe I'm going to ask for an additional this year so that we can get them ordered in a timely manner, because it takes a while because we have to order like 13,000 of them. So this will change. I'll decrease this and ask for an additional this year just so we can get them ordered.
Are you gonna get the blackout plate? I saw they can, that you see those new blackout plates. You can order. Should have that on the buggy probably.
Mhm.
Those.
They're just black. I don't know.
Oh.
Black, white lettering.
Yeah.
So they're blue currently. So we talked about going with, they could do black, red, or green. We wanted to go with green. Then after the green, they said, well, we can't get that green. But I'm not sure if it's that shade of green. We're still in discussions with them. If not, we'd have to go with the red. We're trying to find something that is
different,
very different.
Mhm.
Black and blue are very close together in color. So
Yep.
we want something that's visual going down the
Pink.
road. We've met with commissioners, met with the highway, met with sheriff about what it would take to make them very visible, so that they can ticket. We have the enforcement ordinance in place, and we want to have them start enforcing it because the number of plates sold is decreasing each year. So
That means the population's
and
decreasing.
yep. I don't think there's fewer on the road. So
More more electric bikes are going.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. So we are gonna switch plates, so at a glance, they'll be able to see if somebody has plated a new, it's got the current plates on, because now you have to get right up behind them before you can tell the little sticker for the, so. That's that one, and like I said, that's gonna change because I'm gonna move it back so we can get them ordered this year. Page 128, Fund 81181, which is our plat book. Those are maintenance of our books, and those kind of things. So we had 60,000 last year. We were in a scanning project. I've decreased it to 25. I don't have anything in mind right now for it. I've just appropriated it so we can do those projects if we have them. 129 ineligible deductions. Again, that we're paying for office supplies, postage, membership. Those are from people we find I don't want to say illegally, claiming deductions where they're not supposed to have them. So when we catch them, we can do that. Page 131, which is drug-free community. We have the Council for Drug-Free LaGrange County. Just do a budget for them. I never know for sure what their budget's going to be next year. So we just put in some so that there's enough. Once they do get their budget around, they usually don't tell me till about February what they're going to spend. Let's see, there's some miscellaneous ones. Page 133 is the Sheriff's Pension Trust. We get a small amount through the, I believe it's in the clerks, some of the money comes into that. So we're budgeting 10,000. The balance of the sheriff's pension will be paid out of public safety 1170, but we can supplement it with this since we have the money in there.
I appreciate it.
Sure, sure. CASA's a pass through. The opioid restricted, there's been some discussion about that. I will increase that if that's the direction for advertising purposes for the judge's drug court coordinator. Law enforcement continuing education, page 136. That's a pass through as the fines or the payments come in through the clerk's office. We distribute those out to the police departments that wrote the tickets. They get $4, I believe, for each one. And then we already discussed 1112. I think that's all I got.
Is there anything that I've missed? Anything else that needs discussed?
Just a reminder before we go to the budget hearing in September, I will advertise the budget. I have to advertise at least 10 days prior. Once I advertise it, you can't adopt it any higher than I advertise. You could go lower, you just can't go higher. So you need to tell me if I need to put anything in there so we get it advertised high enough. Because otherwise you'd have to come back for another thing.
Higher for the total or higher for?
Total by fund. So like if I do 2 million in county general, you can't go 2 million and $10. That's the per fund. Now, if you drop the sheriff's budget and increase mine, that's fine because that's still all county general. It's just the total amount per fund.
Don't mess with my pension.
So I just, if there's anything you want me to advertise because you're not sure, I just need to know that. Said you're giving everybody 15% raise. I need to know that.
Yes.
Well, good job, Mr. President. And I'm sitting here thinking back to the year that was one of the most scariest when we had to adopt a budget for the coming year. And the budget for the current year had not yet been approved by the state. Okay, were you with us on that one? That was one of the most unsettling things to me. We've been here a long time. I know. We might as well say it. If there's nothing further, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
What?
Unless Jeff wants to stay.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn.
Sorry, who seconded that?
Mike did. Sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, you get to stay.
What the
world?
Gotta go against the grain once in a
I
while.
have to put that in the minutes.
That's all right.
You do.
That's all right.
Yes, you
He
do.
wants to be in writing.
That serves him. That's
Gonna
good.
Fire me?